All right, folks, here we go. Chat's open. Everybody and their brothers and sisters show up, gather around for a story from another town. I talk straight from the heart for all to see. I'm trying to work on not using profanity. We all let it slip from time to time. But New Year's came and went, and I didn't even drink a glass of wine. Why do I have a YouTube channel? It ain't no mystery. I like to talk through all of history. Hi, Trey. How are you? We should open this up to, what is it, truth or dare? Should we do that? But first I have to address something. We're not going to mention names, but we're going to talk about something to let it be known. When you have people and you have a YouTube channel, I've long known this. The psychology of people becomes apparent. Some people don't get it. Some people have channels that are a success. We learned yesterday, hello, John. I'm good. How are you? I learned yesterday that the Ewu channel, that the husband, his wife cheated on him and is leaving him, and he's leaving her, and I don't wish that on the guy. I have made my comments, and some have said, Mike, you should make comments about other channels. Folks, I was informed that that channel was judging me, my house, my dressing, and criticizing my home. When we are publicly out there, we are fair game to be critiqued. Number one. Number two, I don't troll people. I don't bring hatred. I don't bring ill will. I just say that intellectually I don't understand the value of being babies, and it's no wonder that the marriage didn't work, because you're sitting here making baby noises as grown married adults. Being childish and being married and expecting longevity in marriage doesn't usually go well together. So, that being said, when you have a moderator on my channel who we have gone to bat for again and again and again and again, and I will, John, we're going to carry on big time, and we're not going to mention names. And when that moderator has an online relationship with a woman in another country, and when he came into my channel, she came into my channel, and you knew that with one came in, you knew the other was short to follow. When you went to bat for that moderator, when somebody was attacking him, when you gave that moderator chance after chance, when you tried to believe and be kind, and then they do stuff like this. Then you got a problem. Yeah, moderator was having a little conversation with another channel artist who also comes in here from another country. He broke up with the one female. This is supposedly a platonic friend. And he screenshotted my live where I'm sitting on my futon, showed the paint job I did on one side of the house. And then he's got comments. And the woman that he was involved with has blocked him. But then she gets this sent to her Discord, even though she's blocked him. And he's saying, Gagger, ASSBITCH, know what I mean. And he says, below the picture, which you can't see, LOL, this is my competition. And he said something derogatory about black people using the N-word, indicating that I live in a town and work with nothing but NIGGERS. To you, if you're listening, I'm not going to do the justice of mentioning your name. My channel is important to me. My faithful fans are important to me. The message getting out of transparency, honesty, the truth, being real, will never change. But you were deranged yesterday, and you will be hidden should I see you again. You and your 115 aliases and IDs, we have cared about you, we have prayed for you. You were a Judas in our midst. And that's really, really sad. You came on to me on Discord. A man made hints that you wanted to make me feel good. You sent me pictures of the young lady in that thumbnail down there with her shirt up and her well-endowed cleavage showing and said, don't tell her I sent this to you. So she's lifting her shirt up for you on private video. That's awesome. You should enjoy that. But even me, if a girl lifts her shirt for me, I don't show that to nobody. Yes, Nikki. And you are very, 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 very childish. You have a drinking problem. We have been kind to you. Picture surfaced of you with lots of beer cans and cigarette butts around a folding chair. You live with your mom and dad. And you talking about me. I have done nothing to you. I have been nice to you. You've been an ass. And I asked you before I blocked you and your ex-girlfriend, because if she blocked you and all this flirting and egging me on, I did nothing inappropriate with her. Did nothing inappropriate with that young lady down there in the thumbnail. You have been discussed by 2 moderators and I today. Nobody believes in what you're doing and supports it. You go your way and you leave me alone. Because I don't think you want me to put your comments out here. And I don't think you want me to put these pictures out here that you gave to me. This shouldn't have to come to this. I believed in you too much. I gave you a wrench. We liked you, and you did that. I hope you feel good about that. Betraying people. Even one person who made fun of this channel while being a very active chatter, he pulled his videos down and he stopped. We gave you a chance. We defended you against Clark. We defended you against others. We believed in you. All I'm going to say is I'm disappointed and I'm done with this subject. I don't care if people disagree with me. I really don't care. I don't care if somebody doesn't like my clothing. I don't care if they think I'm a grown man. I am a grown man and I dress like this. So what? I like to be sexy. I'm a little off. I'm a little weird. So what? Everybody's got their thing. I don't do drugs. I don't smoke pot. I don't smoke cigarettes. I don't drink alcohol. I don't run Ponzi schemes. I'm not molesting little children. What is the problem? What is the problem? Well, hello, Black. How are you? And Happy New Year to you. That's right, mine. I don't care if men think I'm attractive or women. I'm pretty open-minded about some things. And for the others that want to leave a comment on my channel, you need to be careful. Be careful about what? Because I put the toilet seat. I didn't mention the name of the other channels. But everybody who's on YouTube knows that these channels exist. Anybody criticizing my house? Now that's dumb. There's not one person, black or white, that has come into this home and said a negative thing about it, and they're not saying it to please me. They said, man, I had no idea you can do all this. This is beautiful. I would live in this. I'm proud of my house. I understand people got different styles. That's cool. But now you've got a marriage that's in the trash can. So, I hope you had fun while it lasted. This channel goes on. And many times I've been like an ocean liner where the bow troughed in a 60-foot wave and the wave came over the deck and smashed into the bridge windows, and I thought, man, I'm going down. And then the ship came back up again. That's the history of my channel. But guess what? It's growing. Because I'm real. We talk about me getting fired. We talk about mistakes that I've made. I talk about everything. Who does that? Who has a channel like that? And thank you. Well, we finally got a Minnesota in here. That's awesome. I lived in Duluth, Virginia, and Hibbing, Minnesota. And I miss Lake Superior very much. Welcome, Happy. And thank you, David. And I love it that I can be free and with other men and women in here and be honest about my struggle with the flesh, about the fact I like to be sexy, about the fact that I'm a born-again Christian and I am a conservative, but I don't agree with Trump on every iota. And I admit. And what has been interesting about the psychology of this channel, what has been really fascinating to me, is what I've learned about people. There's so many haters out there. So many dum-dums. Hello, dum-dum. Anybody remember the great Gazoo? See if I can do this. Hello, dum-dum. I love Gazoo. He always helped out Barney and Fred when they were in a pickle. I love you too. Hard luck, everybody. I love northern Minnesota. I wish politically they'd get it together. Now they've got a Somali daycare fiasco going on. They need to put Ilhan Omar in there. I'd gladly go in there and give her baby bottle. You know, this country's got some weird stuff going on. I want to talk about something because it was brought to my attention by Justice Jane. I saw a little blurb and I looked at a couple things. The leader and his wife were seized in Venezuela last night. A strike was made and the Delta Force Army came in and captured them. Well done. Very well done. Trump said, we will be running Venezuela until things are put back to normal. Good. We should have done that with Mexico. I know a lot of people are fussing about that, but what most people don't realize, those M13 gangs and stuff, they're coming out of there. A lot of this drug stuff is coming out of there. A lot of crazy stuff. I'm laughing. Trinidad and Tobago is condemning the U.S. doing this. You're two little spitball islands out there in the ocean that obviously Venezuela is throwing some crumbs to you. Shut up. Shut up. Venezuela has a history of all kinds of corruption. One of those corruptions is with the Vatican in Rome, when they had rat lines for Nazi war criminals and they shuttled them down there to Venezuela to protect them. There's even a lot of theories and speculation that Adolf Hitler was shuttled down there and lived his life and even had a daughter. Now, whether that's true or not, I cannot fact check it. Can't verify it. They never did find his body, supposedly, in Germany. But you gotta wonder. I wouldn't be surprised. He was a coward. I saw a short yesterday on his bunker. If you're such a great guy, why do you got a bunker with 8-foot thick concrete walls? Because you know you're bad. I look at all these people with all their bodyguards and henchmen and protectors, and then they want to vote in policies of the U.S. that are dangerous to the rest of the Americans. It always bothers me about that. So I thought I'd open up the chat. And this goes both ways. This is for adults, by the way. Anybody want to ask me anything, ask. Now, I may not answer some things. I'll say, that one I'm going to decline on. But I may ask you, are you willing to be honest? People are already asking, what do I think about this in Venezuela? Well, I hope it doesn't lead to more trouble for us. That's the only thing I can really pull out of this. You know, we've had enough problems, and we don't need any more. So the chat froze again. And I'm not here to get into a sleaze fest with my channel as far as blasting somebody who was not cool in the, been in the channel a long time. I needed to talk about an event. But him and his ex and current girlfriends, they're banned. I don't want him on here. I don't want him on the channel. Well, give it a shot. If I don't want to answer it, I'll say I'm going to decline that one. I mean, Nikki, how are you? I just talked to Mob. I spent a while talking to E-Rock. I value those men. If I had any kind of leadership out there that was big, they would be my first choices as my advisory cabinet, without a doubt. They're reasonable people with sound minds, and I thank them for that. Thank you, Greg. Yeah. You know, one of the things that I think is the hardest thing about being a Christian is something happens in America when we become a Christian that now we feel like we have to hide all those dark things in our life. And nothing can be further from the truth. We should be able to walk in the light. I should be able to tell somebody, yes, I do like that. Yeah, but it's a sin. I know, but I still like it. Is anybody going to get well? Is anybody going to get delivered? Is anybody going to become more honest if we're pretending? And most Christians cannot be real. They fake it. They got all this dark stuff and they pretend that they don't. I've been around the church too long. I've seen enough, and it's real. It's a real dynamic. And people don't grow doing it that way. Playing fake, playing make-believe. I'm doing well when you just fought in the car. I've seen that. I love it. We've gone to church, parked my truck, car pulls up. They don't see me sitting next to them, and they're beep. While they're having a fight in there, I think I'm going to slip out of my truck so they don't see me and get embarrassed. You go disappear in the church, and it hasn't started yet. You see them come in. They look at me, oh, hi, Michael. How are you? I'm good. Good. How are you guys? Oh, we're doing well. I want to say, Yeah, I saw that. I saw that fighting in the car. Why do people do that? I don't expect them to say, oh, we just had a big old argument. But why do people lie? Why do they do that? Why do we as Christians pretend that we don't sin? We go around condemning all this stuff and act like we don't do anything wrong. Why do we do that? You know, I'm a Christian, and the sin struggle gets more intense because before you were a Christian, you weren't aware of it. I didn't do anything yesterday. Yesterday was a complete waste of a day. I need to tear out the rest of the bathroom wall and redo it, and I don't feel like doing it. I have to remove the sink, turn off the water, turn off the power, pull the light, and yeah, I can't use sheetrock because we got studs that are this thick behind the sink and then 2x4s behind the toilet. And then you got a big pipe with a flange that sticks out. I think, oh, that's cute. How are we going to remedy that? Because behind the toilet, you can't build out the wall to match the wall behind the sink because the toilet tank's in the way. So yeah, I have to use thin material there and then find a way to connect it. Yeah, stupid. Whoever put some of this stuff in this house together was related to a jackass or something. We are all a hot mess, absolutely. And nobody wants to think about environmental factors. I'm alone. I've been alone, and I'm good with that. But the Bible says it's not good for man to be alone. What does that mean? What was God talking about? So we're little babies and we need a mommy? No. I think a lot of that's connected to our sex drive. God gave us a sex drive. And our sex drive is greatly impacted by our environment. When you're alone and you live in a town where it's a majority of a race that you're not, and the majority of that race has a political thinking and a way of viewing the world that you don't share. How's that going to work for you in getting community? You go to church on Sunday morning. I don't feel the warmth and the love. Nobody cares. You got people that feel, you got American people that feel the need to be fake. Hi, Mike. How's Mr. Mike today? That was good until you asked me that. Nobody takes into play environmental factors. That's right, John. Hello, Fred Hinkle. The cold cornfields. Yeah, Jim, and that can be good. And Jim, you're up there in Sweden, right? You're up there in the beautiful land. Are you in Stockholm? That was the name of the ship that collided with the Andrea Doria in 1956, and she went on to live for years of reliable ocean service. That thing had an icebreaker bow on it, cut right through the Doria, and big gaping gash in the side of it. Middle Swede, okay. Good things came out of Sweden. ABBA, AHA, and Sobs. And Pretty Women. Jim, what do you think about Swedish women? Vänern, a huge lake. Oh, that's cool. I'll bet you it's beautiful. What do you think of Swedish women? You think I could get a date with one or no way? Some people tell me they're pretty uppity. Talk to me. Educate me. Let's ask some questions and answers in here today. It's quiet. The chat stopped. I'm curious about other places that I haven't been. I always will be. Interesting. I've actually heard both. All kinds of answers on that. I read online, they said that Sweden and Iceland were the most feminist countries in the world. Iceland is beautiful. Ooh, got a live one in there. I hate that when your nose itches. Their quality's actually good today. I think I'm gonna make some tea. Why not? It's time. My perfect opinion, perfect opinion, there's an oxymoron, is that really high caliber, good looking women are more likely to have problems up here than ordinary women. It has been my observation that slender, petite women are the most high maintenance, the most immature, the most difficult, will not ever apologize sincerely for wrongs that they've done. I don't know why, but it's just something I have noticed. And it doesn't matter what race, black, white, especially Western culture. I'm more likely to get an apology out of a woman over in Hong Kong than I ever would here. Why is that? Entitlement, spoiled, princess syndrome, whatever. Million reasons. What is this? Mint. That's ginger. Where's my mint tea? It's right there. Yeah. Ooh. There's a ginger chew hiding back here. Why? Why? Take this moment just for you. Peppermint tea is very awesome. I like the Bigelow peppermint tea. Nikki, I'm asking you, why is the chat frozen? Where's all the people? We gotta get this party started. Do I gotta take off my clothes and dance in my underwear? Should I get an ammo box of pennies and just pull my pants open and drop them one by one down my pants? Should I do a clown show to get views? That'd be interesting. Downtown, do your bag, do your bag. Put some honey in the bottom of the cup. Slot machine. Let me show you all something. This is my dilemma. May not be able to communicate it as good as I want to, but so here's, this wall's done. I moved into the house. It had a crappy corridor. It was all busted up. Bought this for $10. Heat gunned and stripped it. It's a furnace cabinet. I redid a lot of this. The air exchange wasn't working because there was a big hole right here. And I redid the whole wall. I used plywood. I framed it, fixed it, used plywood, and I textured it to look like sheetrock. And I did an angle because the electrical line came down here for the light switch. They used to have a door here. You can see the paw prints of the old studs had a tiny little door. I know that was dumb. What do you need a door here when you got a door there? I think what happened with this house when they added this addition, I think the door was right here. And this was wide open. My bedroom's on the other side. And when I opened up this wall, there was a big gap between the studs, and I looked. So there was a doorway to the back of my bedroom in here. I wonder why. This is stupid. The toilet. See if we can get some light down in there. So you got 2x4s here. I put the shiplap on the dining room side. And you got this pipe. This is the sewer vent pipe. Got the flange here. I'm going to show you. This is what termites do. This was done way before I bought the house. They came up where the pipe comes through the slab and it's dirt. Termites will go underneath the slab and find one crack in the cement and come up in the house. That's how good they are. But I got Terminix. I got spike stakes all around the property. This didn't happen when I was here. This is old damage. So you got some termite damage on the bottom, plus toilet overflows and eventually water damage at the sill plate. You get over here, these are like almost 2x6s. And then they did this lovely mess. Somebody thought this was beautiful. They took the thing and did swirls. Like this looks like probably the 70s. And then they caulked in the caulk. It looks like Boogers Anonymous. Disgusting. They slapped a mirror over broken wall and, did what they did. We got a half burnt out fluorescent light, which sucks. And 1950s wiring, which is shitty. Look, there's my beautiful top drawing. I hand washed that stuff. Just thought you wanted to know. So I'm going to get over here. I'm going to pull this, pull out the sink. I'm going to take my grinder right on the edge here and zoop, and replace this much of the wall and scrape all this goop and crap off. Redo all this. And it's a cute little sink. I've never seen a sink, but this particle board, stupid. Water gets in there and it goes. I don't like that. What I wish I could find is like a stainless steel stand that I could mount to the wall and then have a little shelf and put toiletries, but I don't like this kind of stuff. This is all particle board and crap wood. So to get anything back here is a pain. I could pull the stool, then I gotta get a wax ring, then I gotta hug the bowl and put it back on there. I don't like to deal with that. And then you disconnect this. This is an ice maker shutoff, which is, again, crappy. So you have to have a hole through the paneling. I'm not going to do sheetrock in here because the sheetrock would have to stop right here. We don't have a frame member that comes out, and that's going to be very hard to install with the toilet in the way. You got a water line here, an electrical line here. It sucks. So what I have to do is do an overhanging piece, make sure it's rigid enough. It's just stupid. So what I'm going to do is open up this wall. We'll run a slat across. And we'll run them every so often so you got rigid to attach. I got ideas. I got a million ideas. But this stuff is a pain in the butt. So I moved the switch over. I did what I call the Minnesota angle. And that is the Minnesota angle because if you look at Lake Superior, this is how the state of Minnesota comes out. And it just added a shape to the bathroom to, make it look not so boring. I did a high-up shelf. You ever sell a house, the adults can put their adult toiletries that the kids can't readily grab. And most small women can't grab, but most people down here are black and they're taller than me. They can reach this no problem. I'm going to take all this down. Look at that. This used to be behind the tub. They had this in the 50s, 60s. This was actually shower board. This stuff was actually pretty damn good. It was fake, but it was durable. You can't get that anymore. Cannot get that. I love my blue tub. This is a mess. This is rusted. I love the grab rail. I am heading towards Seniorville, and this is nice. But I have to pull all this out, see what's back here, and redo all this. I built the bump out. That way you don't have the high ceiling. I built it to just change it up. And yeah, kept the full length mirror. I took out those stupid little gay plastic clips. I don't like these. That's what is holding up this big heavy mirror. And I did a table saw cut. Put these, this is more secure. That way kids can't flip the tabs and it goes boom. It cuts your feet off. But yeah, you may think that's easy. Yeah, if you got a new house, new framing, everything's level, but you got to take out all the little crap, disconnect everything. It's a pain in the butt. I'll get it done. Just not today. Just not today. So yeah, it's crazy. Then the other thing is this bathroom in here. I looked at a sink cabinet, the vanity part or whatever they call it, pedestal. I don't like this. These things are $250, $300, $400, $500, up to $800 for the bottom. It's not even hardwood. It's all that particle crap. We got a pipe here. This is pretty rough. And my plumber sprayed it. Problem is I put the plumbing in, so I don't know if we can get this off. If we can disconnect that, that'd be awesome. Otherwise, we have to disconnect it from back here, put a new thing in it so we can attach the drain. That's the biggest challenge for me. Get this figured out. I'll hook up a new sink, no problem. And I got to finish caulking the seams. And this will be done. Finish. The floor, I'm just going to do a garage floor paint. I'm going to wait until I'm done scratching around in here and then bleach mob it real good, sweep it, and then just put a garage floor paint and call it good. But yeah, the challenges of doing all this. A lot of stuff was easy for me. You know, like building a brand new wall. You know, it's nice. Framing is fun. I love framing. Framing is cool when you break up a room or you tear out a wall. That's demolition is my forte. Give me a pry bar, a hammer, and an axe, and I'm good. I am in my environment. I like to destroy things that need to be destroyed. And it's time out for Tetley, folks. And I love dumping that hot water right down the drain. And I love sniffing peppermint tea. Ah, that is so good. I don't understand why people get high on drugs. I love the smell. Shoot. That's called tea. So let's see, is the chat working? Nikki, are you still here? She left. Where did Nikki go? Mom, are you still in the house? There we go. Cool. Thank you, Mom. You know, it's funny. E-Rock was telling me the largest single donation given to a YouTube streamer was $200,000. I wish that happened. I wish that would happen so bad. I think that'd be awesome. And I wouldn't go crazy, but I'd sure be happy. Can you imagine? Thank you, Jim. Well, I have to be. When you're working with old houses, and I'm going to be honest, everybody else's idea of how to make a wall or a bathroom, that was the addition. I don't know why they didn't make 2x6 all the way down the wall to avoid that pipe flange and all that. That's just crazy stuff. It's fun to work with old buildings, but it's also hard. If I had, I was thinking, if I had a building, if I paid somebody about, say, a couple of acres out in Hephzibah, Georgia, I don't know what it runs an acre now, had them hook up the plumbing and have the electrical box, pour the slab and frame it off, tell them where I want the windows, and then side it for me with steel siding or something good, then I'd go in and do the inside. It'd be so easy to work with a new square building. A double car large garage. If you maybe have a partial upstairs. Have like a guest bedroom upstairs. That would be fun. Or a half loft type of thing. That'd be cool. I've always thought lofts were fun. Not what they define as lofts today, but like you got a partial second floor and it's got kind of a railing that looks down and you got a fireplace where all the heat goes up. That'd be fun. But I think if I was to do it all over again, if money was no object, I would buy a log cabin. 2 bedrooms, small, simple. I'd want floorboards, the big wide old planks. All wood house would be just perfect for me. A good wood heating stove, simple kitchen. Yeah. Somebody break in downstairs, you're going to hear something and you got the advantage because you're up there. Then, of course, if they surround you and come up, you're kind of trapped, but... Hey, Live Sam, how are you? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Wow, it's already the 3rd today, guys. It's already cruising fast. Tomorrow's the 4th, Monday's the 5th. Wow. Oh, Jim, that'd be awesome. That's right, Sam. But it does, I always bring back to this, I always come back to this. People getting on YouTube. Sophie, in lingerie. I'm saving myself for the right man. And yet she's putting herself out as a slut tease of the internet. $6 million a month. Just for some bunch of men to just go. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not paying anybody to clean out my semen. There's plenty of opportunities to do that for free. I don't buy hookers. I don't pay for prostitutes. And I ain't paying somebody for that. And that just blows me away that men will throw money at that. Why? Hey, Brian, I'm good. How are you doing? It's a rainy day. That's good. So did anybody make New Year's resolutions? I never do. I have a built-in device that tells me let's try to get some stuff done this year. Always do something. Get a project done. nail things down, do better. That's it. That's it. All right, let's ask an honest question. Has anybody ever paid for a prostitute? I'll start off. I have. Long time ago, Spokane. I did a couple throughout my time there. I would never do it because I learned something. The prostitute reduces you to a loaf of bread. I've done that. And I met some nice women, believe it or not. Some of them were not bad looking at all. But at the end of the day, they're there to make money. That's it. Thank God I never got STDs. The opportunity never arose. That's funny. I wouldn't do it again. I got it out of the system. Some prostitutes look good from the distance, and then you get up close to them and you're like, you want me to pay for that? Nah, I'm good. Somebody recently made a comment saying, I have to pay for love. No, I don't. No, I don't. I will never pay for love. Never. A lot of dates are that way. You got to date them, spend $100 on them, and then maybe you get laid. It's the same thing as prostitution, really, when you get down to it. Because they all end up failing anyway. Then you just paid a lot of money to get your rocks off. Brian, thanks for your honesty. That's awesome. Hello, Miss Delight. How are you? Good to see you. We were just talking about you today, Mom and I, or Eric and I, and how cool you are. And that's the truth. I think he did the right thing. I think Venezuela needs a swift kick in the butt. But so do a few other countries, even us. Yeah, diseases is a reality. Herpes has really made a comeback, and there's no cure for that. No cure. I like Miss Delight. D. Michelle. Tell you what, that's hotter than a cat on a hot tin roof. Can't sip my tea yet. I like the people that are my regulars. You hope that people are true on here. I had a channel many years ago and I learned something. Many fans are like children, they're fickle. And we live in a society today where people do not have your back. Let's just be honest. The land of the free and the home of the brave isn't always the land of I got your back. We're very independent. We all find a way to survive. Jock strap, face mask, soft COVID buggies, that's funny. Miss Delight, thank you, and you're a good woman. And that's the truth. You've always been kind and respectful. Always. And it's good to see you. Happy New Year, Michelle. Hello, Mama. Oh, Mama. Da, 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 da. What song was that? All right, I watched the spoon to stir this and forgot what I was doing. That's awesome. Brain starting to dysfunction on me. Sunspots in my brain. You too. You too, D. Michelle. I don't know. Was that Ozzy or was that somebody else? Somebody at Mob. You know music. Oh, mama, da 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 da. You know, on the guitar. Who is that? Styx. There you go. Yeah, I knew it was an Ozzy, but I couldn't remember. But yeah, Styx. That makes sense. Yes, thank you. Hello, but why? Live Sam. Can I show you something, please, so that your questions are answered? Pursuant to yesterday. This is a screenshot of a moderator who used to be a moderator talking to a young lady in another country that comes on the channel. The words above are what he wrote, and what you can't see are the words beneath. This is somebody we defended and trusted, was having a conversation with that young lady and blasting me to her. And then sent that to his ex-girlfriend in South Africa, who she said she had blocked him on every level, but apparently that wasn't true. So I'm done with the foolishness. I'm done with the foolishness. He made a reference to black people using the N-word, and made some, made a comment that I was his competition. Not sure what he meant by that. I wasn't trying to get a date with his innumerable internet side chicks or whatever you want to call them. So I just wanted you to know that. Taking the wrench away was not only appropriate, but I did send him a message and his other ex-lover message, and then I shut them both out of they're both gone from my life. Both. I'm done with the games. All three of them. And that's it. End of discussion. Nothing else to say. I had a talk with Mob, and I had a talk with Iraq. Case closed. Not everybody has your back. Hello, CC. How are you? Hey, Witchy, how are you? Ooh, witchy woman, she got a mood in her eyes. Boy, is that an old song. I remember that when I was growing up in LA. I haven't heard that since I've left LA. It's funny how that stuff sticks to you. So back to the Ewu channel. It's sad that he's crying that his wife cheated and he's getting a divorce. And, I wanted to comment a little bit on that. I'm not putting a boot in, but you're doing a channel and saying baby noises over and over, and you got almost 700,000 subs. And I was told somebody came in here, said they were both talking trash about me because I made a reference to them in one of my lives, and somebody ran back and told them, and they were commenting on my house and how ugly it was, and blah 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 about me and my dressing. And but here's the deal. Your channel existed off fluff. Your channel catered to immature people who really aren't contributing intellectual property to the world. And now your wife has left you because she's a ding-dong and playing around. And I feel for you. I feel for you as a man. That sucks. I hope you'll learn from this. I hope you'll take what's left of your channel and make content and grow. Now, is this somebody bitter? Is somebody in competition to you? Not at all. I have my niche, and I'm proud of that. I'm not here to compete against anybody because nobody's competing against me. Nobody. There's nothing to compete against. Most people are not going to do what I do. So I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, Mama, that's right. And I'm not going through stuff. It's just a little irritating that somebody was acting up on the channel, him and two of his dingling ladies, and I'm done with it. I believed in the one, and then suddenly realized, boy, I'm being had. They're all playing games. They're all still talking to each other, and they're all playing games. And one says, oh, I'm done with him. I'm tired of the drama. I got 3 kids, but you're still talking and going back and forth. And then suddenly dawns on me, the joke's on me here. I don't need to be part of any of this. Don't bring this to me. He got butthurt because I de-wrenched him yesterday. What'd you expect? That's called piping hot, baby. Piping. Well, thank you, Live, and I try to be fair. I don't think I'm being awful. Oh, Max, that sucks. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not a way to start the new year when your furnace goes kaput. Do you got a fireplace at all? The next question is, do you have wood? Yeah. And Mom, you're right. Yes, Witchy, we all learn. I learned too. Mom taught me something today on a phone call. Back in the 80s when Lake Erie used to freeze all the way out, they'd put dump trucks out there and they had something to go through the ice and they'd pull limestone off the bottom of Lake Erie and use it for something. I didn't know there was limestone at the bottom of Lake Erie. That's fascinating. Lake Superior got a lot of rocks around the shorelines. Split Rock Lighthouse is very interesting. That lighthouse was put up there on the North Shore outside of Duluth, a ways up north, because there's so much iron ore in the cliffs and the rocks of Lake Superior there that it will throw the ship's compasses off. It interferes with the true north direction. Now everything's GPS, so they don't even use a magnetic compass anymore. Max, I'm sorry to hear that. Did you get the HVAC guys over to look at it? Hey, E-Rock, how are you? Oh, gosh, Max, that's insult to injury. I'm glad you got to go to Hawaii. Did you have fun? T. Michelle's been there. You should chat with her in here. She's in the room. I was 2 hours in Hawaii in 2018 in Honolulu Airport, coming back from Manila to Denver. That was a trip. Hawaii's beautiful. I think that most of us were made for that environment. Pretty women, pretty beaches, sea breezes, and palm trees. That's about as close to heaven as I'm going to get on earth. Met Adam Sandler, really? Did you talk to him? Now that's interesting. Did you actually have a talk, or was it a quick shake his hand and move on? Adam Sandler. Wow. Yeah, that is cool. That is cool. Oh, it's too bad you couldn't put that in the room, man. That'd be cool to see. Did you talk with him at all, or did you just do a photo op? Oh, really? Oh, I bet you they thought that was the cat's meow. They must have all been vacay in Hawaii. Just got a photo. Got you. Did you shake his hand at all? We're going to have a series. How close to the stars did you get? We invited him into his house and we had some coffee. Wow, that was really something, man. Coffee with Adam Sandler. Now you're going to hate me. Did you have to pay for it? Or did he let you take your picture? When I used to go to a cafe here, they've got, all right, who's his name? Name some of the E-Rock, name some of the golfer greats from the past. There's Max, is it Max Palmer? Who's some of the golfer greats? But his autographed pictures in the restaurant right at the booth I used to sit at. Being that this is the home of the Masters. Oh, okay, got it. Well, that's cool. Adam Sandler, didn't he do Schindler's List? He did Schindler's List. If I got to meet anybody, who would I meet? Who would I want to sit down and have a conversation with? Well, I'd be lying if I didn't say I'd like to, and this is what the rub is. It's going to shock you when I say this. I mean, it's not going to happen on this earth. But yes, I'd like to have a talk with Jesus, face to face. Arnold Palmer. I said Max Palmer. Why say Max? Fuzzy Zeller. Yeah. Maybe it was Arnold Palmer, but yeah. And we got rain in Augusta today, rain and cloudy, drizzly. Tea is a good thing. The only problem with this metal cup, you can't hold it or you burn your hand. But I had to get my metal cup in Hong Kong. I had to have that. That's cool, Max. Gary Player, Ben Hogan, Walter Hagen. Okay, now I'm confused. Was it? I called it Max Palmer, which is Max Palmer's name. I'm so stupid. See, that's what happens. You see the name and you just associate it. So it was either Nicholas or Arnold. His autograph's in the restaurant. Now I can't remember which of the two it was. 6 times. Impressive. Last year it was that guy. He was so happy. So happy. I think Tiger Woods is done. I think that he was a meteoric rise. I think he was the first black golfer to make it. But he's got a lot of personal problems. He was driving intoxicated, crashed his SUV. That messed him up and kept him out of the Masters 1 year. And he didn't do so well this year, I heard. And I think he's pretty much on the way out. Hey, Gabby, how are you? Does anybody know in the boxing world if Manny Pacquiao is still boxing? Hello, the other side. Hey, that's good, man. Sometimes you just got to bundle up. Bundle up and hunker down. I think I'm going to sit in the bath of Epsom salts today and soak my body. I got my water heater at a modest setting. I don't crank it up too much. It's enough to get hot, but not scalding. Though I do miss the steam bath in the rec center of Colorado. We don't have that here. I miss sitting down in a hot tub where you got beet red. And the steam room with the eucalyptus sprayed in there. Go sit in the sun and they had the cold water faucets and you get so hot. And you fill these plastic buckets. And I would just fill it and just slowly pour it on my head. Oh, it was divine. And your body would just shudder. Not good if you have heart problems. But man, I like that extreme cold and then that extreme hot. It was fun. Thank you, the other side. I hope that Manny kicks his tail. I really do. I like Manny. I don't like Mayweather. I don't like him. Manny's humble. Manny's a good man. I'm sorry to go against my own country, but I'll take the Philippines on Manny over Mayweather any day. Jack Paul fight was a half hour of my life I'll never get back. Jake, okay. He is arrogant. I don't like him. Oh, Max, that sucks. Jake Paul got knocked out by Anthony Joshua. I don't like Mayweather. He's a jerkosaurus. I like Manny. I watched it. It was televised after the live. I was in 2018 in Valenzuela City at Gloria to Folks home, and they had the TV on, and we watched the fight after the fight, and watched Pacquiao with Matisse. Pacquiao's good. He's always protecting his face. He's a smart man. Matisse from Argentina just kept lobbing these long, wasting punches. And I don't remember what round it was, like 5 rounds or whatever. And Pacquiao just waited and went, and that was it. That was it. It was over. I said, man, he's a smart man. He just waits for the time to move. Yeah, I'm definitely more sympathetic towards Manny. He's a good guy. I still like the song Eye of the Tiger. I always will. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the cream of the fight, rising up to the challenge of our rivals. And the last lone survivor, da-da-da-da-da-da. It wasn't even a fight, pretty lame. I enjoyed watching the boxing because it was just fun. Good old Muhammad Ali had cauliflower ears. Anthony wasn't even trying. He must have been having a down day. I tell you what, I met a girl boxer in Denver. She came into the steam room and was talking to me one day, or the sauna. Hispanic girl. She was the leader. Something to do with the Masonic Lodge, but she taught boxing for girls, and she was beautiful, but she was muscular, and she grabbed my arm. She goes, "Here, I'm gonna show you." She was positioning my arms. She's saying, she stood across from me in the sauna, and she's sitting there, and people coming in, "Wow, is there gonna be a fight?" I said, "No, we ain't fighting." She's showing me stuff. Dang. Cauliflower ear, man, that is so ugly to look at. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. And your ears aren't going to be happy. Fight night, Friday night fights, man. Mr. E-Rock, you ever watch any of the boxing? Let me tell you, if E-Rock was to put a pair of boxing gloves on, he could put it through somebody's back of somebody's head. Hey, Mr. Russell, how are you? Thank you, other side. So how are the ladies in here? How's all the ladies doing? Everybody have a happy new year? Are things going better, worse, or the same? Oh, gosh, yeah, they get big money. There's money in everything except for Michael. Dang, sometimes it doesn't seem fair. I just got to work hard for the Scrabble change I get. Tough man fights in Toledo for amateurs competed for cash. And now that sounds interesting. That'd be fun because it's raw and you don't know who's going to come out. I remember years ago I drove a bus in Duluth and I had to pick up people at the Tapa Keg and take them down to the fights at the Denver or Duluth Entertainment Convention Center. I walked in and watched a little boxing. Saw the guy get his nose just bloodied. Woo. Piling more work on me. The other side, it seems like that. I had a black gentleman come up to me on Wednesday, and I agree with everything he said. I was in the other warehouse and there was nobody around. He says, "You know, it bothers me, and this is going to sound strange, Mike. What bothers me about people like you that work hard." He said, I was raised here. He said, "In Augusta, there's too much nepotism, favoritism." I said, "Yeah, there is." You try to come against somebody who's not a good worker and Then you find out they've been fired, but management brought them back, and the HR lady and him went to school together. Yeah, that one. I mean, I hate it. And I have to listen to this guy. You talk about no self-awareness. And I mean this when I say he's looking down on every single person in there. Criticizes the leadership of my supervisor, saying he's too soft. Really? He fired your butt. And my supervisor said, yeah, whenever he has a problem, he doesn't come to me. He goes right over me. I said, well, supervisor, you can say what you want, but he's got an in with your auntie. Life is not fair, folks. And what really chaps my butt is when she and he and management are Christians. Christians do it too. Show favoritism. And you know, it's sad that I say this. God has obviously corralled me in. If somebody donated a $200,000 gift to my channel, I'm not going to lie. I'd pay my taxes on that because that'll help towards Social Security anyway. But I'd be telling my supervisor, I want a raise. And I need you to find out if they're going to give it to me. If they're not, I'm going to give you 2 weeks. And I would tell them, I got a big donation to my channel. And I'm worth more than this. I wouldn't tell them the amount. Now, if it was $400,000, I wouldn't even have that discussion. I'd say, I'm going to give you 2 weeks notice and I'm done. Mike, what can we do to keep you? Give me $400,000. That's funny, Mr. E-Rock. Mr. Russell, I cannot believe all these snowstorms and Max Velocity. Anybody heard of him? He's the weather guy that people are raving about. Is he accurate, guys? Any input on Max Velocity? He's claiming a big old storm's going to dump all across mostly the Great Lakes, Ohio, and all that. Is Max Velocity good meteorologist or not? The chat has slowed. I wonder why that happens. Guys start to swing from the back of their ankles and end up on their keisters after following through. That's funny. I remember years ago, I was cleaning out school buses during COVID. Drivers came in on March 16th, the last day of school before lockdown. And interesting, Mr. Russell. That summer, I cleaned out all the buses. They left the windows down, the roof hatch open. It was a nice March day, and it's June. And I was like, this is like a time capsule. Book bags in the seat, clothing, hoodies, poster board for their poster board project behind the driver's seat, unemptied trash cans, crap on the floor. I'm like, wow. I went into one bus On the front of the seat back, somebody had drawn like 20 penises and balls. And somebody drew the cartoon bubble, like, the comics that they're talking, and said, Dick's seat with an arrow. I said, oh, isn't that cute? I'm glad our kids are learning. True story. I should have taken a picture of that. Yeah, but winter seems to be hitting Canada. Somebody this morning said 8 feet of snow. It was the last night. 8 feet of snow in, was it Alberta, Ontario? Alberta and Ontario. Yes. Yeah, if somebody gave me $400,000, oh my gosh. I would be done with my current employment. I would give them 2 weeks only because, and I'd have to shut up. I would not, because, people are dangerous when you tell them you have something. But I don't know if I can give 2 weeks. I mean, they would know something's up. Manager would be calling me in, Mike, is there anything you want to discuss? Well, yeah. I got to make a donation to my channel. I don't want this brought out to anybody. It kind of puts me into a dangerous situation. But, I appreciate the job. I appreciate you hiring me. But for the volume of work I do, I'm not getting paid fair at all. And I'm sorry to say that. I'm 59 years old. I'm worth more than this. And I've proven it. Max Palmer, where are you at again? What state? Hello, Chris. How are you? Like walking in the rain and the snow when there's nowhere to go. When all you do is feel like crying. The heater broke. I left Hawaii and I'm sighing. Yeah. Reality sucks. You go on a nice vacation and you enjoy it. Yeah. I remember when I came back from the Philippines and the estate I took care of, I was gone for 2 weeks. I took good care of the property, and I had to walk a mile from the light rail station carrying my small suitcase, actually on the wheels, but Denver sidewalks and stuff are bad, so I carried it by the handle instead of dragging it. Had my backpack on, and I had been up a long, long time. I even walked by the dang Davies chuck wagon. I thought I should go in there and get some breakfast. No, I need to get home. Walked up to the property and there were leaves. And it was so weird. It was as if though I'd been gone 10 years. Hey, Joe, I think he's poor, and I think it's sad the amount of people that voted in that guy. We're living in a time where people's brains are not functioning anymore. We didn't learn from Adolf Hitler. We didn't learn from Lenin and Stalin. And we've seen terrorist attacks. We saw 9/11 and of New York, of all things. That is an insult to vote in a Muslim when the trade towers went down right there because of Islam. Oh, don't get me started on that. American people, so many are so stupid, and it shows up every time they vote. They flush their head down the toilet. Woo! But I walked up to that house, and it looked so old and weathered, and the sky was slightly overcast. So, wow, I'm gone 2 weeks and it looks like hell. I had so much happen in 2 weeks. My sensory overload and the color and the life in the Philippines and the markets and the people and the traffic and Gloria and her family and living in a village. And I open the door and I think, Am's asleep. She doesn't get up early. I open the door and she's coming down the hall. Oh, hello, you're home? Yeah, I was coming. Oh, I thought you weren't coming till tomorrow. I said, no, I told you before I left. I'll be here Wednesday. Mandy or Mamdami or whatever his name is. Ken Ham on Answers to Genesis, I didn't watch it. He gave a warning, said Christians need to be very careful about him. Yeah, they don't like Christians. Islam does not like Christians. Anne was Anne, and she lived in her little world. Well, I want to talk to you about your trip. I actually got up to check something, and I'm going back to bed. I said, all right. She goes, I'm glad you made it back safe. I said, me too. I said, I have a lot to tell you when you are willing. Put my stuff down, pulled the truck out of the side yard, did some raking, went to the store. 4:00 p.m. that day came. I called Gloria through the messenger. I said, I'm home. I had stuff to do, and I know when I got home you were asleep. Told her about the flight, told her about everything. I said, oh, the computer's asking to update. I said, let me let it update and I'll call you back. She goes, okay. So I got off of that, hit update, and all I did was stretch backwards and laid on the bed. I was just going to lay there for a minute. I was gone that quick. The light had been turned off. My bedroom door had been shut. I woke up at midnight. And it was the weirdest thing because I talk about this. I wake up and I see this little teeny red light in the dark flashing. I'm like, why did Gloria leave her phone flat? What's going on? My mind and my whole being was still in the Philippines. And I sit up in the dark and my feet hit the carpet. My carpet? There's no carpet in Gloria's house. I snap on the light and I literally, oh, I'm in Colorado. Wow, I fell asleep. Oh my gosh. And the computer light was flashing. It updated and then it went into rest mode. And then, oh my gosh, Gloria, I'm so sorry. She laughed. She goes, I figured that's what happened. You realize you were up for like 48 hours or more? I said, yeah. What a trip. Rolly, I don't consider myself a cross-dresser. I just like expression. I like wearing feminine tops sometimes. They feel sexy. I like to feel the material and I like the way it looks on me. It's just some weird thing. The Ensemble of Clowns. And tonight, at the Rockefeller Center, we have the Ensemble of Clowns presenting to you the Clown Orchestra. La da da da, send in the clowns. Man, have we sent them in. AOC, Bernie Sanders, Tish James, Hochul, Bill de Blasio. And look, all these people support him. Do these people realize that Islam is not compatible with even them? People say, well, Mike, you got your beliefs, they got theirs. Well, it doesn't work that way, sonny boy. When they become the majority, they will slam you to the mat and say, convert or die. Christians don't do that. You may not like Christianity, you may not like the Bible, you may not like church, but they're not ruining your life. They're not blowing up your house. Okay? Just remember that. De Blasio. Anybody with a name like that has a mental issue. I'm sorry. I just cannot believe that we live in a time where people have not learned from history. Hey, Cody, how are you? I'm all right. Lazy Saturday. I don't like living in a place where there's nowhere to go and hang out and meet good people. People suggested places. I said, yeah, drinking, and I don't drink. I'm not going to meet good people at a bar. I used to go downtown to the nightclub. I don't have anybody in my life from there to this day. You get what you pay for. Folks, didn't Arnold Schwarzenegger say that? I'll be back. Hello, psychic. And thank you for that. I don't mind people asking questions. Michael, just be Michael. That's it. Sometimes I go through phases. Sometimes I go through moods. Sometimes I'm curious about trying something, and therefore I do. Mom! That group together sound like the mental health cell block in prison, yes. You're right, Max. 1966, right on. Well, I rubbed one out today. That's always productive. It just relieves a lot of stress. I did some videos. What else did I do? Went to the toilet a couple times. But all in all, eternal productivity? Not so. That's right, Tammy. That's right. You may not be comfortable around Christians. You may think we're weird and all that. But we're not blowing up. You're right to disagree. We're not coming onto your airplane and saying, Allah Akbar, and taking over a flight and crashing it. It was good, the other side. That one got all the way down into my tootsies, man. I mean, this was intense. It made my feet curl up. I felt that, what do you call that stuff? What do you call it? What is that called? Not endorphins. When it releases the cortisones and stuff in your brain, it's like, there's something in that. Big Pharma has got it wrong. We need to find a way to manufacture an orgasm where it lasts more than a few seconds. That heals every joint, every pain in the body. I felt it. I mean, orgasm's so intense that it's like, whoa, that was awesome. I haven't even had that when I had a girlfriend. Sometimes, I hate to say this, fantasy's better than reality. It really is. Dopamine, thank you. That's changed the tick mark. I don't know if it's hereditary because in the adoption letter describing my natural parents, it said there were no known health negatives. closed secret adoptions were common in California in the 60s. Well, thank you, Rolly. I'm sane. Just different. But an orgasm is grossly underrated in society. A lot of people have sex, and a lot of regrette sex. And then there's making love, and there is a difference. But then there's an orgasm where you're in control of it, and it's nice because you didn't bond with somebody, you didn't hurt somebody's feelings, and all this jibber jabber at church that masturbation and lust and masturbation is lust. Well, let me just make a statement here. I'd rather rub one out than get it on with a girl and feel the guilt of God that I became one with a person that's not my wife and have to face that. Okay? What was I gooning to? Shoot. Do I really got to answer that? Two pretty women leaning against each other, naked. I love lesbian art. It's wrong in God's eyes. It's 100% wrong. But the way two women are with each other, I think it's beautiful. I think it's beautiful. And I'm not trying to be crass or disgusting on my own channel. A lot of this has happened because relationships are so liability laden today. I grew up in a dysfunctional home. I look at most marriages out there and they're bickering and squabbling, trust issues. And then when you actually have sex with a girl, it's not all that you thought it was. Then you look at the gay side of things. A man cannot give me what I need. I mean, yeah, it can be tainted. I've done some circle jerking with guys in the past. It was fun. Stand there and masturbate in front of each other, and okay, that was different. But as I get older, you want something deeper. You know, I'm not going to go home to a man and say, "Hi, honey, I'm home." I can't make love to a man who's got a bush coming out of his face. Yuck. Smells like a man. Hairy like a man. I look at women, but because I've looked at women, I've dated a lot of women, because I've watched women on the internet, there's a bad taste in my mouth. It's like most relationships today are just destined to fail. Who's Shelly? I don't even know who that is. Gotcha. I'm like, psychic, what did I do? I'm just being honest. Thank you. And this is why people get mad. They get on YouTube and they're like, oh my gosh, this guy's talking about this stuff. Why not? Do you know what your kids are doing? Do you know what people are doing? Shoot. I wouldn't worry about me being honest. It's not hurting anybody. I'm not confessing to running a mafia and laundering money. Of course, I got some couple paper dollar bills are in my pocket and went through the wash. I guess that is money laundering, but you know, it wasn't intentional. Some coins went through there. I guess that's money laundering. Oh, somebody left a comment. It just flashed up. Stay away from kids. I love the people that leave that. I drove buses for 20 years, never was accused of indecent, inappropriate, anything with the kids. That's somebody projecting because they're probably a pedophile and they're overcompensating by accusing everybody else of it. Yeah, Rolly. And thank you, Psychic. You know, the fact is, I don't know anybody in this room that doesn't struggle with a dark thought. And somehow or another, people think because we become a Christian that we're automatically perfect. Now, positionally, according to the Bible, we are sanctified. That means set apart. We are made righteous when we put our faith in Christ. It's a position. And this is what the world doesn't understand, and most Christians don't understand. They see us sin, or we slip up, and they start saying all this stuff like, oh, he calls himself a Christian. I do, because I am. If you think that being a Christian means that you have this automatic supernatural change where you literally turn from, because we got that crowd too, the repent crowd. Well, repent means to turn from, and you didn't turn if you keep struggling with it. Okay. Did you stop all of your sins? Watch how they answer. When you say turn from, you might need to unpack that a little better. Does it mean I just went this way and now I'm never going to sin again? Is that what that means? To turn from, I believe turn from is when you acknowledge. You finally acknowledge, I am a sinner and I can't do it, God, and I need you. I'm turning from the lie that I don't need God. You got those kind of Christians out there that want to spiritual nitpick our salvation and say, well, the fact you've done this and this, I question whether you really say, well, keep questioning. But I would worry more about you than me, because if we're saved by grace, and then you're going to put me back under this, he sinned. So you tell me I can't get saved by keeping the law, right? But now that I'm a Christian, you expect me to keep the law, and if I don't keep the law, you must not be saved. Oh, I get it. When you got saved, you thought that meant you attained to spiritual perfection. Don't you wish it was that way? There's times I say, God, I wish you just take away all this. And God just says, and why? Then I make you a robot. There's something about the sovereignty of God and the free will of the man that is extremely hard for us to understand. But God gave us free will, because if he was to manipulate and control us and take all that away and make us these automatons for God, what kind of a relationship is that? If I program and make a robot wife, and every time I come in from work, she puts her little steel arms around me. I love you, Michael. Do you think that that's going to actually translate the same way a flesh and blood woman on her own putting her? No, it isn't. Get real, people. But we approach Christianity, and at the core of most Christians in the U.S., it is a fake it until you make it approach. We pretend we don't sin. I'm doing well. No, you're not. They get married. Their marriage sucks. Their wife isn't passionate. They're not passionate. He struggles with jacking off in the basement of porn. She struggles with shopping addiction. They come to church and they make it look good. And inside, they can't stand each other. Who is going on about the bus? Jimmy, don't block him. Let's talk to Jimmy the Clown. Jimmy the Clown, I did not wear this on the bus, but just for you, I'll give you a free show, sweetie, because you need some straightening out. I'm a grown man, and I'm more of a man than you are. And I've been through more stuff than you have, and I'll bet you've never bought an old home in the hood where there's gunshots, which were, I just said, we haven't had shooting, and they were shooting off automatic weapons while fireworks was going, thinking nobody noticed, and the cop cars came roaring into the neighborhood. Bam, 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 bam. That ain't no firecrackers. Little boy, Jimmy, I'm going to tell you something. You doubt all you want, little boy. You talk tough behind a monitor. You are a pussy. Because that's what pussies do. I'll bet you're a jerk of a man to women. And I'll bet you're a jerk of a man to other people. Because if you were so well adjusted, you don't just come on a channel of somebody you don't know and make dumb comments. Don't block them, moderators. Let's deal with the clown. Let's put the heat on this guy. Let's do it. Mom, I love it. That was beautiful. I know how to do the tits. I didn't know how to do. That's awesome. No, that's not in quotes. Jimmy, what do you do for a living? Let's talk about you. How old are you? What's your job? Let's start with that. What state do you live in? Let's go. Put up or shut up. Let's go. You got my attention. I'll give it to you. Let's go. So, what is a DSP? What's a DSP? You want to translate that for us? Yeah, that's it. I never would subscribe to a channel just to leave a comment. Never. Now he's convicted of something. Everybody that comes in here with their BS, is something I said has triggered them. So then they find fault with the clothes. You don't like this, Jimmy? Is that too sexy for you? You don't like the fact that I'm in touch with myself and my masculinity and femininity? And you want to put me in a little box of a cross-dresser? No. 20 years I drove buses in 4 states. Let me tell you something, little boy. If you were to drive here where I live, these black boys would chew you up and spit you out. You couldn't do it. No, you just said you'd fire me, or I should be fired. I called you names. I said, little boy, clown. Dirty, slimy poon. That's good, Max. That's always a good thing. Jimmy, you're not tough. You stop. You didn't answer any of the questions. You didn't tell me your job. Didn't tell me your age. Didn't tell me what state you're from. You cannot answer basic questions. So let's keep trying to play the macho bravado. I'm 59. How old are you? It's very tough. Yeah, you don't know the definition of tough. You think tough is threatening people and pretending that you could take me and everybody else. Let me tell you something about 2 men in this room. Okay? Both of them are buffer than me. Mob Rules could kick your butt with one hand behind his back. E-Rock, he could lift you and throw you through the wall. That is a fact. You are an ass. And we're gonna change some things. We're gonna take these clowns on before we just throw them out of the room. Oh no, Jimmy, and now he's gonna play the feint. I'm scared. Jimmy, what job do you do? How old are you? Let me see, is this a little kid in here? Let me see. Let's see the channel activity, 9 years ago. Says the man wearing a bra. DSP, look it up. Oh, you're such a codified scholar. Look at all your dumb comments. The DSP. Department of Stupid People? Oh, okay. And I see you've enrolled. Gotcha. He won't answer questions. That's because he has nothing. He doesn't have a face picture. He doesn't have a channel. So Jimmy, before I throw you out of the room, you can answer some questions in order to stay in here? Hey, Discipline, how are you? We do. And I don't always resemble Christ, but most Christians don't. God's not done with me yet. So, you want to tell me what your job is? Hello, Vendetta. How are you? Discipline. I am a bona fide real believer, and I admit to everybody in this room, if you're looking for spiritual perfection in my walk, you're not going to get it. But too many Americans put people on a pedestal. I wear what I wear because it's comfortable. Hey, Cody. Really, Cody? No, that's impressive. We got a paralegal in the house. He works with people with disabilities. Okay, well, that's good. That's honorable. That's good. I drove special education buses, Jimmy, and I work directly with handicapped people, and I have a soft spot for them because they usually are nicer than the so-called professionals are. Just saying. I think working with handicapped people is very rewarding. The people who work with them are the unsung heroes. Winter has finally come to Europe. That's right, Cody. Thank you for that. Thank you, John. I am. Are you? Vendetta, what country in Europe are you from again? You told me before, but I have forgotten. That's right, Psychic. So how old are you, Jimmy? How old are you? Belgium, that's right. So you got the snow, huh? They got blasted in few places through the U.S. Juneau got 4 feet the other day. Michigan got a little sandblasting, and New York got what? Would you say you rocked 10 inches? Hello, Ann Brown. How are you? Hey, Jackie. That's right, Jackie. But sometimes some people say I shouldn't engage with them, but I think actually sometimes we should. See, this is why gangs move into areas and take over. This is why things go bad, because people get afraid and, well, let's not confront it. Let's confront it. Let's do it. Thank you for that, Marco. Ballpark, gotcha. And I will tell you something, I'm not a football fanatic, but you got to give credit to the Buffalo Bills fans when they will go and shovel out their own stadium. Now, come on. These players make big money, and fans will go and shovel out the stadium completely free. Imagine that. Thank you, Tennessee. I appreciate that. That's right, John. Jennifer, who's angry? I still like that Sesame Street. Mana, mana, ooh, 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 ooh. Mana, mana. That's funny. What happened to Sesame Street? What happened to Sesame Street? I thought that was the greatest stuff. They had everybody on there, all walks, ethnics, and it wasn't forced. It just worked. Yes. I thought it was done. I thought the Children's Television Workshop stopped. Hey, Backwoods, how are you? Miss Rachel is now on there. Who's Miss Rachel? Marvel Rivals. There's people on my Discord that will notify me when they're playing a certain game. Somebody was playing, what the heck was it called? Ball and something, not chain. Gotcha. I love Sesame Street. That was good TV. Ernie presents the letter T. Troll. Jimmy, where'd you go? I hope you didn't run off. You actually started to answer the question. No, actually somebody else did. Yeah, it was. What happened to Jimmy? Mystery Rock, I think it's true. Jennifer didn't answer my question. What happened to Jennifer? Jennifer, how are you today? People hear my passion and they think I'm so angry. This is another sign of how women and men have shifted over the years. So, you know, women today, they want men to respond to them like soy boys. Have you noticed that? So when a woman sees me talking with passion and excitement, ooh, this guy's got problems. No, I'm a grown man. You go watch a movie. You'll go watch a play. You'll watch a production. Have you ever seen the actors? The best ones are the ones that have passion. You notice that? And that's right, Backwoods, I know. Thank you, John. There's a lot of women out here that love the passion. A lot of men. Because it's absent from our society. And they mistake it for anger. Jennifer was a drive-by, that's all. As Rush Limbaugh said, drive-by media. You show me anger, bye. I'm going to leave a dirty little comment and not face the music. I seem angry a lot? Oh, you are here. My bad. I take back what I said. I seem angry a lot? Really? Mr. E-Rock, am I angry a lot? I mean, I get angry. I do. I get angry when I see our government and political leaders making goo-gaws of money and my taxes go up and no representation and certain other people getting away. Yeah, I get mad about that. Now, Jennifer, I'm glad you have an awesome, perfect world where nothing ever goes wrong. That's beautiful. You make, what, $150,000 a year? Your life's good. Everybody, see, you're a woman, so people are going to treat you different than me. If you're pretty, they're going to treat you with the gold plus visa. You know, it's different. But yeah, I live in an interesting world. I live in Augusta, Georgia, where it's 53% African American, and I don't think like most of them down here. I don't agree with their politics. I don't agree with their mischaracterization that all of us whites are racist and privileged. I bought a house right in their hood, and I've remodeled it by myself. Yeah, I have a little intensity to me, and women they're really put off by that. They're put off by that. Women cannot handle an intense man. And if you look at classical musical composers, I think a lot of them were not married because they were very intense. Look at the music. Look at the beauty that they produced in classical masterpieces. Powerful stuff. Well, thank you. I'm glad. Yeah. Really? Well, then you ought to understand. You should have more understanding than most women. You're rare. You're rare that you can be married to an intense man. A lot of women cannot handle that. Yeah, I saw that. President Trump did say we're going to run it. I don't know if they're going to put an administration in or whatever. Well, I forgive you, Jennifer. Fair enough. Fair enough. I am different. I'm not like everybody else. And there are times, when you will see anger in me. You better believe it. The difference between me and a lot of people is I'm not an actor. What you see is what you get. I'm not a Christian actor. I'm not a conservative actor. The word professional bothers me, and I've said the word professional is nowhere in Scripture. From Genesis to Revelation, you will not find the word professional. I think it is so liberating when you realize that, because the Bible doesn't say to act professional. Act like a professional. It says to be. Be kind. Be tenderhearted. Be forgiving. Be angry, but sin not. Wow. It says be angry, but sin not. It doesn't mean we go around and rah, 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 rah. That's not what it's talking about. It's okay to get angry when anger's justified. Man, if Jesus were to come into the churches today and get a whip of cords and drive everybody out and said, this ain't church, everybody out. Oh, this guy's got anger issues. This can't possibly be God. What does being a Christian, what does a Christian look like? A cleric collar? Well, Mike, it doesn't look like what you're wearing. It doesn't, but I'm a Christian and I'm wearing it. So what does a Christian look like? Does it look like Joel Osteen, who's a schmuck, who's a billionaire? He's worth $100 million, has a $17 million mansion. Are you serious? You'll have to find me that verse back, because I've never seen that one. I've never seen that. Joel Osteen is a false teacher. He presents a version of the gospel that's not good news. He's a health and wealth and prosperity preacher, and he is living his best life now. But his empire is starting to crumble. So is T.D. Jakes and some of these others. Because Americans are very, very slow when it comes to crooks and scammers. I saw a tidbit. An elder couple was scammed out of $700,000 the other day. An Amazon scam. Very sad. Very sad when an older couple doesn't have enough discernment to go, the guy told us to send the money. What? $700,000? That should have been a red flag. That's it, Gabby. I even said that about Diary of Anne Frank. I love to cite that. She's a young girl going through duress. She didn't get to grow up and go play on the playground. She's locked into a house. They're hiding Jews. Hitler's rampaging Europe. And she sees a young gal that she's friends with undressing and sees her breasts. And she writes this. I felt ecstasy. I wanted to touch her. I wanted to kiss her. She never did. And all these people in the South, I'm in a so-called Bible Belt, and I'm going to say something right now. I have not seen any evidence that people are any more godly, any more anything than I am down here. I see a lot of, pardon me, BS. And they wanted to censor. This was a young girl's diary. She wrote this, and I'm against that censorship. That's what she felt. Let it stand. So what? Honesty. We teach kids don't lie, but we're going to edit out everything. Why do we do that? The Bible doesn't even do that. The Bible didn't edit out David walking around on his palace, way up high on the hill. Whoa, Bathsheba's got it going on today. Look at those tots. And he tells his men, hey, go tell her to come up here. And he does the nod, gets her pregnant, and he schemes to have Uriah put on the front lines because he keeps saying, hey, Uriah, why don't you go spend time with your wife? She's pretty good. You've been good for me, man. Go, trying to hide his sin. Isn't that awesome? Isn't that awesome? I mean, and I'm being sarcastic. What David did was just wicked. You could have just admitted it. Yeah, I did it. I had an affair with your wife. But no, he wanted him put in the front lines and told the men to pull back. He's a dead ringer for getting taken out. The Bible doesn't hide any of the sins. It doesn't hide the fact that Solomon had 700 wives and 300 concubines. You're going to sit there and tell me, preacher, well, those were political marriages. My butt. You had 1,000 women at your disposal. I'm sure that Solomon was doing a little mambo number 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, everybody. Oh, yeah. A little bit of Rita is all I need. A little bit of Monica is all I see. Oh, yeah. He had it going on. Thank you, Dio, for that honest admission. That's awesome. Yeah, vendetta. Wow. So the house still stands. That is in Germany, right? Where is that? Talk to me about that. I'm fascinated by that. They say that Martin Luther King the great reformer, his house is still there, and they claim there's a stain on the wall when he felt the presence of Satan so bad and he threw the ink blotter at the wall and it broke and splattered on the wall. When you think about a little girl like Anne Frank being killed by Hitler, how does a man become so convinced? Amsterdam, that's right, thank you. So convinced that he's right when he's killing children and elderly and people. Kristallnacht, the night of the breaking glass, goes through German cities and has his men set on fire, break the glass of Jewish jewelers and bankers and shops and trash everything. That is right on, Backwoods. I agree. Let's look at this Epstein thing. Nobody wants to release the files. What's up with that? Yeah, that's sad. Everything's a tourist trap. Oh, now I keep forgetting her name. Who was the one that played Dorothy in The Wizard of Oz? I saw her home in Grand Rapids, Minnesota. Took a busload of kids up there in the summer for a program that was going on, and I got to tour that house. Judy Garland, thank you. Really, Mystery Rock? Yeah, Judy Garland. Did you know that Katharine Hepburn, it is said she had a few trysts with women? You look at Katharine Hepburn, she was a very beautiful woman, but she had some strong features. And she had a thing for a couple of women, I believe. And we tend to weigh sin on a scale. Because I'm not doing it, it makes it even worse. But what I'm doing is not so bad. That's pretty much human nature. I got you, Mark. The fact that Adolf Hitler being so evil, he was one of the ugliest leaders ever. That little butt stash of his and ugly, ugly, ugly man inside and out. And that he had that kind of pull. Clearly it was from Satan. And you got people denying the Holocaust. Morality weighs sin also. None of us is moral. When we say we have morals, no we don't. God has morals. He created morals. And we either immoral or moral, and we were all immoral. That's why we needed a Savior. So there's this little game of make-believe, just like Mr. Rogers would say, let's go to the land of make-believe. Hello, trolley, ding, 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 you know, and that's all cute. But as Christians, if there's one thing we need to be marked by, it's transparency, it's honesty, and being genuine article. In the Bible, it talks about the word sincere. And I learned this. The word sincere in the New Testament, the Greek word is sincera. And sincera would be posted at the entrance of a store that sold pottery and vessels. And the word sincera means without wax. So say you had a pottery bowl, and I hope I don't drop this. This is my favorite bowl, Royal Norfolk. Love the lion on the back of that. And what patrons would do they'd hold it up to the light. It was not uncommon back in the day for somebody to go in a pottery shop and they buy something, they bring it home and they pour the hot water in the thing, and the pieces fall apart. And they're like, what the heck? Yeah, they put wax in there. The piece, it dropped on the floor in the store, and the shop owner unscrupulously took melted wax and stuck the pieces together, dabbed a little ceramic paint on it, and lied. So when the sign said Sincera, it means without wax. We don't sell broken stuff. If it breaks, it's not put back on the shelf. So if the Bible says be sincere, and professionals teach us to act sincere. I remember when I worked at the call center in Spokane, Washington, West, which was a contract company by AT&T, and we went through training. And one of the things we learned was, when the customer calls, you have to show the empathy line, Thank you for calling AT&T about your wireless services. My name is Michael Nelson. To get started, I need to verify that your mobile number is 888-867-5309. Is that correct? Yes, Mr. Nelson, it is. Okay. I see your name is Jenny. Is it okay to call you Jenny? Yes. Okay, Jenny, I got your number. And while I'm opening up the account, what seems to be the issue tonight? Well, my text messaging isn't working. I'm sorry, that can be really frustrating. We're required to say that. Who puts lotion in a basket? I put it on my skin. Why would you put lotion on a basket? So, we had to do the empathy speech. And I said, isn't that interesting that we have to be taught to fake care? And that's business all across the board. The automated system that you go through with Communist Cast, the automated system you have to go through for anything you got to deal with that you bought that broke. We're really sorry, but we have an unusually high call volume. Oh, really? You're really sorry. But when I call you to hook up service, I don't have to wait. I can call you, hook up service, it all goes so smoothly. But the minute I have a problem, you can move me through a call matrix that looks like a road atlas in Hong Kong. Huh? Give me a break. Quick to take your money, slow to fix your problem. That's American business. We're really sorry. Yes. Shoot, I don't even know what's going on in Nigeria. I know they were beheading Christians, which isn't very nice. Really, just like Spectrum, you can upgrade an app, must call to downgrade. Sheesh. Have you heard about these timeshares? I hear ads on the radio. Are you in a timeshare and you can't get out? Let our professional law team help you. This is a problem. The timeshare is one of the biggest scams and hoaxes. Crazy. Mr. Rogers' mother made those sweaters for him that he took off and hung in the closet at the start of every show. Mr. Rogers was a man of complete integrity. He was in the service, or the Marines, and he taught every child there's only one you. He was also a Presbyterian minister. Hello, Yah. I have become scarred by the word profession. I have worked enough businesses. I hear the commercials on the radio. I'm glad I don't have a TV with commercials. It's bad enough I gotta hear Google's BS every time I want to listen to a song. And then they want me to buy YouTube Red And everybody said, don't pay for it, it's not worth it. And I wouldn't. Google is making, somebody want to look that up real quick? Mob, there you go. Look up how much Google makes a day. What does Google make a day in money? Look it up. Let me know. It's huge. And in a month, and in a year. The amount of ads that they've blown out on the YouTube is ridiculous. You've all heard a saying. The Bible talks about the golden rule, but you want to know what the secular golden rule is? 110 million each day. Each day. And Google can't let us listen to a song without an ad? Cheap skates. My word. What about Facebook? Yeah, that's ridiculous. Why is it everybody can make big money, but I cannot? And I was going to do this New Year's. There is a bit of a lie today. In order to get rich, you need to work hard. That is a lie. I know many people like myself that work very hard. We will never be rich because we're in a caste system. Wait a minute. You're telling me that Facebook makes more than Google? 370 million a day. Is that why these underage girls that are getting on there wearing no bras and doing nipple slip videos? Yeah, they've done that. And they're not getting taken down. So in the Bible, it talks about the golden rule. And in a secular sense, he who has the gold rules. Anybody heard of BlackRock or Blackstone? Do some digging on that. In Norway, you can pirate every music and movies. It should be accessible to everyone. Interesting. When I was in Hong Kong and I came out of the church, I was down there near central Hong Kong and Chater Garden, and there was, I don't know if you're Chinese or Filipino, he was selling CDs and movies and very cheap. And I bought one, got home and I put it in my CD and it played 10 minutes of it and it stopped. I took it out, put it in. I said, wow. And Leo was in the other room in the flat. He goes, what's the matter? I said, I bought this CD of a movie from the Filipino and it played 10 minutes and he stopped and he goes, you got the pirate. I said, what? He said, pirate. He said, don't buy from them guys. They sell the pirate and it don't work. And you buy it and then they go away and you never see them. I said, wow, I've been had. Thankfully it was like $2. $29, man. And what are they advertising? Has any advertisement that you have seen even apply to you and your interests? I have found none of them. None of them. It's sickening. And why do you think it says in the book of James? Woe to you, rich men, weep and howl for the miseries that shall come upon you. You have heaped up wealth for the last days. The last days are here. And they are making goo gobs of money today, the likes of which were not going on when I came into this world. When I was a kid, it was the Rockefellers. Anybody remember the Rockefellers? Who's the other big family? The Rockefellers? The other ones. What is the other one? Jewish. Can't remember their name. Big money families. They weren't pulling in money like that. You funny mob. Rothschilds. The Rothschilds, thank you. The Rothschilds. And then you got this George Soros. A lot of money there, and this guy's corrupt as all get out, and Jewish. And yet he collaborated with the Nazis. Huh. How does that guy still get to live? Vanderbilts. But were the Vanderbilts affecting American policy? Were they on the order of the Rothschilds? That's what I want to know. I remember when I was a kid, people thought Henry Kissinger was the Antichrist. People came up with all these things. Oh, Obama's going to be the Antichrist. Trump's the Antichrist. I said, y'all wrong. The Antichrist is going to have charisma way more than any of these people. Way more. 369 million a day. The Vanderbilts, the Rothschilds. Now I just forgot the other family I mentioned. They didn't take in that kind of money. So, anybody know about BlackRock, Blackstone? They're evil. And they control a lot more than we realize. And you know what bothers all of us right here is that none of us has any power to affect that. None of us. I think it's interesting how greedy people are. Even where I work, the owner's a millionaire. He's got hunting acreage. He's got his big giant house. They got big money coming out of their butt cheeks. The Bilderbergers and the Build-A-Bears. Bilderbergs, yes. The Bilderberg. Isn't that the elite thing? You know, years ago, they used to talk about the Trilateral Commission and then the Masonic lodges and all of that. And what's the thing that, who's that woman that sang that stupid song, Drunken Love? What was her name? What was her name? The black woman. She was part of the Illuminati. The Illuminati and all that stuff. Rockefellers, that's it. Really, Max? Now that's interesting. The real currency is souls of men. Yeah, that. I believe God has given free will. God is sovereign, but yet he allows things to happen. Thank you, Beyonce. Why am I drawing a blank? There's a little black spot in the sun today. I want to thank you all. Jimmy left on his own accord. We need to start doing that as we can, unless somebody's just here to keep it going. I think it's good that we challenge some of these trolls and make them walk out on their own. That's powerful. Thank you, community. People say you shouldn't engage. No, on the contrary. Call them out. Stand up to them. Yes, we need to know bigger. Oppenheimer. The Rockefellers were big when I was a kid. Rothschilds. The Vanderbilts. J.P. Morgan. J.P. Morgan's name continues on. J.P. Morgan was one of the financiers of the International Mercantile Marine, which also included the Titanic. J.P. Morgan had booked a passage on one of the luxurious first-class staterooms of the Titanic, but canceled for some reason. He would have went down with that ship, most definitely. Unless he pulled a John Jacob. No. Bruce Ismay, not John Jacob Astor, Bruce Ismay, managing director of the White Star Line, felt that he was privileged to get into a lifeboat and save his sorry butt. Sickening. Backwoods, you're onto something there. I am starting to become a believer in this, and this is going to shock people. When I was a kid, we didn't have the phones. You had landlines. I walked to school. People were tough back then. Nobody was, I hope my kid gets home from school safe. Nobody did that. Now, the parents, I have to give my daughter a phone. I need to be able to call her. She needs to be able to call me. What if there's an emergency? What did we do for all the years before that? We survived. Fascinating, isn't it? John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Now that's funny. The Astors made their money from the fur trade, which extended into Minnesota and up into French Quebec. Minks. Did you notice when the CEO of United Healthcare was taken out, how the media and everybody was boo-hooing that? But when you or me die, nobody cares. You know, there's something wrong with the society where the CEO's got status. And there was arguments going back and forth all over the internet. I don't believe in murdering somebody, but these CEOs, they got a big head and they think they're above everything. And it's like, yep, you can be shot too, buddy. You're not any more protected than me. And you're the head of a healthcare organization that's just stealing from people. You're CEO and you're lauded and you're put up as a hero over healthcare organization that's just ripping people off. And I want to talk about chemotherapy. The cost of chemo is ridiculous. Totally ridiculous. Now, God is built within the hard drive of creation. When we sinned, the virus took over everything. We're not going to live forever in this body. We're not going to conquer every virus. There's a reason for that. But if I or somebody were to come up with a cure of cancer, how do you think Big Pharma and the healthcare department would react? I think I'd be dead within 24 hours. I'm sure they'd find a way to kill me. I'm sure of it. They would destroy me. They'd wait till I fall asleep and firebomb my house, and there'd be a blurb on the news. That's it. And it wouldn't make any connection. Do I believe that Big Pharma and the medical community is in cahoots to preventing? They make hundreds of thousands of dollars on chemo, and I was told that basically what they're injecting into you is the same thing that Hitler's men used in the concentration camps. Mustard gas. Why is that so expensive? Because they can. My favorite card game? I'd have to say solitaire on a computer. Yes, we are like starving dogs begging for scraps. Big Pharma is not our friend. Don't believe me? Read the back of a medication bottle or the pamphlets that they give you about all the possible side effects. Like Encyclopedia Britannica, condensed. And I'm taking this for what? Yeah, our parents didn't even want to see our faces. Yep. My mom didn't worry about me. Not at all. Scooby-Doo and cartoons were our babysitter back in the day. My sister and I raced each other home to be the first one to get the chair close to the TV set to watch Scooby. The real Scooby-Doo. We got a couple of people I work with that look like part of the members of the original Scooby-Doo band. I picture them with a guitar with their gaunt face going, Yes. Username. Yeah, and am I thinking of the same guy that got an old boat car to go 100 miles on a gallon of gas? He suddenly was taken out. Yes, now they do helicopter parenting. We spotted you, son! We're coming! We're coming! I'm rappelling down! So ridiculous. So ridiculous. Sometimes in doing it on your bicycle was the greatest teacher. Remember the banana board skateboards? You're cruising down the steepest hill in the neighborhood and you hit that itty bitty tiny itsy bitsy little rock. It's amazing how fast the skateboard stops. It's amazing how your body continues to travel. Road rash. Yeah, let's do that again. Now they got helmets, knee pads, foot pads, butt pads. But they're still not protecting our kids' brains, are they? They go to school and they're learning toxic porridge. We gotta wear helmets, gotta have safety belts, we gotta have car seats. Man, when I was a kid, we could walk from the back seat to the front seat of the big old Lincolns. Mom, what's up? Sit down, boy. Okay. This is all, we could do all this in the back seat of them cars. We could get a workout back there. We're doing everything but protecting their intellect and their souls. Oh gosh, Mom. No, they don't. Big oil and big pharma are the enemy. Why do the gas prices constantly do this? Somebody farts in the Middle East, gas prices go up. If road rash scars, shoot. We used to do stuff to our bikes. The dumb things that kids do. I rolled a bicycle tire fully inflated with the rim. We were at the top of a steep hill in Mammoth, and a bunch of the neighborhood kids and I said, watch this. I took a knobby dirt bike tire, and that baby went flying, went down the hill, and there was a cross street, and they had one of those big giant construction forklifts. Big one with the 4-foot high tires and the overhead boom. And I kid you not, this was beautiful timing. I had no idea this thing was going to be coming. And the tire went vroom, right between the front and the back wheels. Driver didn't even see it. All of us kids were like, ha! It went right under it. He didn't even see it. Oh my gosh, look, it's still going. That was awesome. I never did find that damn tire. Yeah. Shoot, we used to put thumbtacks in our flip-flops, and or we'd take our shoe and crush a tin can and get it stuck on our shoe. And drive our mother nuts in the store. What is that? Take those off your shoes. Mom! Baseball cards and spokes? Shoot. Now they got throwaway bikes at Walmart. I remember the Diamondback, the BMX dirt bikes. Shoot, I had a Huffy with a shock absorber. Was that cool beans? All the kids laughed at me, but I liked it. That's a gay bike, Mike. You got a shock. And then they're all begging me to try it. I said, nope, you're not allowed to ride my gay bike. They criticized my AMC four-door Matador in high school, but they all wanted rides home in it. I said, y'all laughing at my car, but y'all want rides. Get out. All right, Mike, we'll shut up. I said, you better shut up. At least I got a car and you don't. Y'all want rides home? You better shut up. Quit punking on my car. And that was an AMC Matador, 1974. That car had no dents, no rust. It was copper with the white roof. And it was beautiful. It did have plaid seats, but they were big bench seats. They were like, I'm in high school, riding along in my automobile. You know what? It was a comfortable road car. Yeah, the Matador was a comfortable old man car. It had a bump, and it was like being on the waterbed. Now you get in these cars, ting, ting, ting. You need your medicine shaken up, it'll do it. Sheesh, every crack in the road. Shoot, I remember when they would rollerblade and play stick hockey with a ball. The hockey kids in Duluth in the summer. Rollerblades and hockey. I wouldn't mind having the AMX. That was a nice little, AMC was kind of a fail. But they did own Jeep. And then Jeep sold out to Chrysler. Shoot, everything's owned Freightliner, everything's owned by Daimler Chrysler. International Trucks just sold a few years ago to Volkswagen. Crazy. Yes, I remember the Murray bikes. We got a skating rink here, and it's so ghetto here. The last Christmas vacation, the kids got into a big old brawl and a fight in there, and the owner, a black woman, said on the TV, "Moms, you cannot drop your kids off here anymore. You will show yourself up, and you will stay. This is not a daycare center." Good for her. We went to a skating rink and we behaved our damn selves. Man, I remember the old days, downtown would flood a little area and put up some panels, and you'd see people, adults, on an evening with the street lights, figure skating. That's so cool. Yeah, username, that is the truth. This was a shirt at Walmart. These were $2.88. These little camisoles. I cut the bottom off it. I got the bottom somewhere. I made 2 for 1. They're cheap, and it's hot in the South. It's cold today, but I'm in the house. I don't remember lock-ins, but I do remember that they would allow free skating, and then they do the, what do they call it, the line dance skating, and I didn't do that. I was so uncoordinated. I just like to roll around. I could not do this. I couldn't skate backwards. I'd see the guys that would show off, and they'd go backwards and forwards, and they were just so fluid. I said, how do they do that? I can't, username. I absolutely can't. Oh, can't leave till the next day? That's pretty awesome. Skated out. Skated yourself straight to the bed. When I was down in Tampa, my buddy had a 9-year-old daughter. He was out of town. The teen was in a house staying the night. The wife was working, and I took the 9-year-old and I said, she come out of her room, I fixed my breakfast, and I said, guess what? You're not watching SpongeBob and Teen Titans all day. Come on, Mike. I said, no, we're going somewhere. She goes, really? I said, skating rink. Oh, she was so happy. We went out on the skating rink, and it started getting packed. And there was a couple of adults, and they're just, like Swan Lake, backwards and forward. I'm like, man, I'm like a Holstein cow on skates. I get out there, and I'm like, all right, watch out, guys. I'm coming around. I get going, but I'm not fluid. I'm just like, I'm rolling. This is fun. Oh, my gosh. And I remember one day I crashed so bad, all these little kids just went, and I'm bigger, so I'm trying to be careful. I was able to steer around. Every one of them kids' bodies went everywhere. And the kids, when I used to do the field trips in Duluth and take the kids, they'd all chase me, so I had to get out of the way. But this was Denver in summer, and I took a group, and all these kids spilled. I steered around them, and 2 more cut in front of me and went down, and I tried to avoid it, and my skate caught the splayed out feet of, man, I went down, hit the inside of this, whack, hit that cement. I'm like, oh, man, that hurt. I got up, and I skated. I said, don't sit down here. The next morning, I got out of bed. Okay, this sucks. I said, okay, I'm getting too old for this. I'm not doing this no more. But then I did it in Tampa in 2020 on Martin Luther King Day. I got a dumb question. How did we come up with the saying, my neck of the woods? I heard that in Minnesota, up in your neck of the woods. What is the neck of the woods? It's funny how our English language says and comes up with things. The cowboy capital. Oh, arcades were the hangout. Now, I got to be honest with you. I love the 80s, but when the girls showed up at the arcades, they were usually looking to start trouble. The boys, we went to play video games. And the girls came to hang out and get smart-mouthy and start trouble in there. I do remember that. Get these chicks out of here. I never even heard of escape rooms until you told me, E-Rock. And yes, I just let a barking spider loose because he was screaming to get out. Barking spiders, they get a lot of freedom around here. Happy Farms, man. Aldi cheese is the best. I was good at Frogger. Missile Command sucked. Had that little ball, and it was too slow. You push the fire button. I'm like, Missile Command was stupid. Tempest was awesome, but I wasn't fast enough. Galaxy or Galaga I liked, especially when I got the double ships, because then you had double firepower. Hey, Mom, talk to E-Rock about that. You need to take Nay. You guys would have fun doing that together. It sounds like fun, especially for a married couple. Shoot, Pinball Wizard, baby. My spastic little self, I used to tilt a lot because I'd get going and you bump that machine and put tilt, lock one of the flippers. Dang it. I love the steel balls in a pinball machine. Those things are cool. I liked it when you had the quadruple flippers. They had a place in Duluth. Can't remember the name of it. Was it Grandma's Sports Garden? Down on Canal Park, down by the waterfront, between the harbor and Lake Superior. They had they had some of the old arcade games with the pistol and the little steel balls, and you hit the little metal banditos. Ping, ping, ping. I love skee ball and the bowling. Man, that stuff was fun. I love them old games. Chicken melts, that sounds good. You know, and we knew how to do our own grilled cheese sandwiches, guys. That was easy cheesy back in the day. We had a machine once in a video store. If you put what is a 10 PI? Oh gosh, Mom, a bunch of young generation with an axe. I don't know about that one. What happened to darts, man? Bars used to be darts and they don't even do it anymore. I didn't go to the bars in the 90s when they did the darts. Now they don't do them. I'd love to play darts. Grilled cheese sandwich and tomato soup. Absolutely. That was grade A. Coleslaw and a hot dog actually sounds good. I don't like kraut dogs, but I will say this. I love cabbage. Corned beef cabbage. Oh, Tina used to make some good corned beef cabbage. In the 50p slot, 410s would come out and you had one spin. I don't think I've seen one of those. Oh, Lori and the Partridge Family was hot. Pam Dauber on Mork and Mindy was hot. And you're all going to laugh at me, but I thought Laverne of Laverne and Shirley was hot because she had nice stuff. Laverne was so hot. So I thought Ginger on Gilligan's Island was cute, but when I got older, I saw that Marianne was the hidden treasure. Nobody was drooling over Mrs. Howell. I wonder why. Just had to throw that in there. That sounds good, Mystery Rock. Catherine Bach. Bo Derek. Oh, Bo Derek had a body that wouldn't quit. Man, and she was all natural. Marianne. I'm sorry, you guys are going to hate me. I never thought what was her dang name? Cindy Crawford. Overrated. She was kind of buxom. I didn't think she was all that. Brooke Shields was beautiful, young and back in the day. She is my age. Hope Maxwell, which is AKA for Mazzy Star, is my age. She was a hottie, but she had a very melancholy look about her. She was very moody. She was very cute. But I would imagine having a relationship with her, there'd be a lot of moodiness to wade through. But she was a hottie. Hey, did you ever notice? We got duped. Gilligan's Island, how'd the batteries last in that radio the whole time they lived on that island? They didn't have rechargeables. How'd those batteries last so long? Did anybody ever think about that? Yeah, that one. That's crazy. Corned beef cabbage. Thurston Howell and his little teddy bear. I'll pay $1 million. Thurston. Money doesn't do anything here. Who's Sam Puckett? Now, I did have the hots for Jeannie. Oh, Jeannie. Woo! Yeah, she lit up the show. Yeah, well, they managed to last years on Gilligan's Island. Ginger never aged. Marianne never aged. Gilligan was arrested for smoking pot. Could you see a modern version of that? Hey, Skipper, look what I found. What is it, little buddy? I don't know. And he's holding up a bong. Mr. Howell, this is very interesting. This could have spoke of a primitive culture that was well advanced. And Marianne leans over with her breast touching his shoulder. Professor, what is that? I'm not sure. I'll have to look at it. Yes, June Cleaver. Would that be considered a MILF? I'm sorry. Margaret from MASH. That was a good show. Did you ever notice that Radar never showed one of his hands because he had a deformity on it? Herb Alpert and the Tijuana Brass, one of my favorite bands to this day. Tijuana Taxi, Rise. Rise was legendary. That was almost like his Hispanic South American version of disco. And they would play that in the nightclubs back, before I even went there. Anybody remember Herb Alpert? But he had the album A Taste of Honey. He had a beautiful woman on there with whipped cream all over. She was totally naked. She's covered in whipped cream. And I'm like, as a kid going, that's so naughty. Got you, Max. Hello, 9975. How are you? I can't even say your name. At E.I.T 9975. What is with that ID? You gotta talk to me. I'm trying to look at your face pic to see who you are. Eric, got you. Thank you. How are you, Eric? And Happy New Year. Tina liked Nutella. So did the Asian girl I dated in Denver, a Korean gal. She would eat it straight out of the jar. Anybody like Nutella? Anybody addicted to that? I think the ladies like it more than the guys. I used to like apple butter. Oh, now that I ate straight out of the jar. Apple butter. I don't know why they called it that, but that was good stuff. I got you, Eric. Well, that's okay. You're unique. No one's going to copy that. Backwoods loves Nutella, folks. I like the Nestle's Quick. And boy, if they let me mix it myself, I was so bad. I dumped so much get the big tall glasses. The big tall ones, I'd spoon about that much in the bottom. You pour the milk and you stir the top part just to get the milk chocolate, and you got this thick muck on the bottom. Drank the milk and we'd sit there and spoon out the chocolate muck, and this is why you cannot leave children unattended. I am in Georgia, Mystica, and how are you? Used to be metal cans. Shoot. So what was everybody's candy today, back in the day? So this was before Skittles, before Kit Kats, before Twix, before Reese's Pieces. Remember bottle caps? Snickers, they've been around for a while. How about Savannah? Right on. I'm in Augusta. I haven't made it to Savannah yet. Savannah's got some appeal to it. I need to go to Tybee Island. I know everybody likes to go to Hilton Head, but I want to go to Tybee Island because it's more the working people's island. Tybee. Butterfinger. The bottle caps. Anybody remember the lemon heads? The real lemon heads in that little slender box? And your face would go. And then the stupid pixie sticks. All that was food coloring sugar. And then they had the wax bottles that you bit down the top of the wax off and suck the juice out of. Oh, York Pepper and Patties. What would you do for a Klondike bar? Shoot, remember the, how is Savannah? You guys got rain over there today, Eric? It's drizzly here. In fact, it's still dark and cloudy out there. Circus peanuts. No way, man. How about Dodger Stadium? I was there as a kid. Dodger Stadium peanuts. Ballpark peanuts. Oh, collard green sounds good. And I like black-eyed peas. I got a can of them in the pantry. They do boiled peanuts down there. I haven't tried them. They got them at the flea market. I should buy some tomorrow and try some. Wait a minute. I'm all out of whack. Today is Saturday. I didn't even go to the flea market. I have lost track of time. But it's raining, so no need. Chewing on the wax. You sit there and you crunch your back molars on it and take it out, and you got a tooth imprint. Remember Laffy Taffy? You got that Laffy Taffy? Licorice. And they had those sweet tarts, the little roll of sweet tarts. No way! A fridge full of candy bars. That was kids' heaven, man. That was kids' heaven. Really? Bold peanuts. I can work on that. What's Charleston Chew? Charleston, Charleston. Everybody likes Charleston. You do, I do. Remember whatchamacallit? Babe Ruth. Remember when the boys in school come up and say you at Almond Joy or Mounds? I'd say Mounds. Ah, you don't have nuts. Ah, stupid. I didn't like nuts in a candy bar back then. It was a texture thing. I didn't like what they call coffee cake when I was a kid with little walnuts and stuff. I'd pick them all off. Now I like nuts. I like Mounds. They were good. How many people eat bag of pork skins? I used to eat them, but those are kind of gross. I mean, I'd do it if I'm really hungry and there was nothing else to get at the store on a traveling trip. But they just leave you feeling just pig skin with salt. Bold peanuts. Pork rinds. Sometimes you feel like a nut. Mr. Cole, how is your New Year's? How are you? A 10-pack for $1. Shoot, I remember corn nuts. What do a group of school bus drivers do that drive school buses in Minnesota when they all ride on a minibus all the way down to Arkansas to pick up school buses? Well, my friend had a bag of corn nuts, and he was taking one at a time with the side window cracked and letting them go. And he'd look out the back window of the bus and watch them bounce down the interstate. I said, John, what are you doing? He says, watching corn nuts bounce down the highway. Oh, okay. You're doing what the kids are told not to do, throwing things out the window. See? We're just big kids, aren't we? Hey, see, we're just having fun. Informal chat. What were cowtails? I've never been to a Buc-ee's. Oh, Mr. Cole, are you off the auction block? Don't depress me. Don't tell me you found somebody other than me. I told somebody today, nobody's going to marry me. I'm 59. I'm on the way out. I'm a classic ocean liner, folks, but I'm getting closer. Each day to finished with engines at last. They'll ring that telegraph, ding, ding, ding. The Money, Mustard, and Onion Pretzels by Snyder's. Mystical, you playing me like a violin, aren't you? Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Surely a beautiful woman like you has many suitors. I ain't been to a Buc-ee's Quick Trip to everywhere out here. I've heard it's cool. Oh, they're all into Buc-ee's out here. That's all they talk about. And then we got a Parker's. Everybody made a big deal about Parker's. Somebody told me at Buc-ee's, I think they have people that wash, I forgot what they do, but they get something like 25 bucks an hour to do absolutely nothing. I'm in the wrong job. Hello, Jess. How are you? Do not try this at home. Batteries not included. Parental supervision is required. Roses are awesome. I'm good. Jess, I want to see a picture of you. You got a cat. Where's your picture? Really? Clean the bathrooms. I'm good at bathroom cleaning because I know when I sit on the toilet, I don't want to see little curly hairs and yellow stains and skid marks. And I sit on the toilet and I do. I look at the base of the toilet. I don't want to see 10 feet of dust and used items down in there. I'm amazed. You go into some businesses and you can tell the janitors are not doing their job by the amount of dust on the bottom of the stool. Hello? So I deleted Hinge. What is Hinge? No, we got roses here. We got roses right here. Couple of them in Augusta. They got decent clothing for much cheaper than Walmart. This is where I get these things. Look, it doesn't have a sticker on it. Oh, it doesn't say. But I buy these at Rose's. Ginger chews, man. I drank all my tea. All my tea. We are family. All my sisters and me. Favorite TV dinners. Salisbury steak by Swanson. Beans and Franks. Mac and cheese. And when I was a kid, I loved fish sticks. When a pretty woman comes in here flirting with me, she's trying to lead you to a porn site to pay so you can look at these. Why would I do that when I can look at them for free on the internet? Topless women on a beach. Click. She cute, she cute. Those are nice. I ain't paying no lady to show her tops. Ever. Ever. You ain't worth it, honey. Because if you gotta make money showing your body, what's the point? If you don't want to be in a relationship with me and put those nice tots up against my chest, why should I pay you to look at them? Huh? That's it. I want to feel those things against my chest. I want to feel a woman on me. I want to pay to see them. That's right. The other side. I don't pay to play. Woo! That was a good ginger chew. That thing just fired up my mouth. Whee! You know, I'm thankful to something. I want to share this with everybody. I actually have a praise. When you get older, you actually start to use your brain a little bit more. It's an amazing thing. When you're young and dumb, you got strength, you got looks, sort of. But this is put on the back shelf. Then when you get older, you realize I have to think. When you're young, and I was taking my girlfriend home in high school in my 74 AMC Matador out Iron Springs Road in Preston, Arizona, on a rainy day, Paul and Tom decided to chase us in his Chevy Cabbage Green pickup truck. Melinda says, "Oh my gosh, your friends are following us." I said, "Watch this." Took off. Left him in the dust. Turned into Wildwood Estates. Some cars got in the way. I had to stop, and here comes Paul driving through a field to cut me off. I said, "Look, Melinda, oh my gosh, they just drove through somebody's yard." I said, "You know what? We need to stop this because somebody's going to get in trouble or have an accident." Summer, I'm not dressing like a woman. I'm dressing like Michael. Okay, Van, I don't want to talk about it. You can dig back into my files, and I talked about it from Hunt's. I don't work there anymore. Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the cobwebs of my mind. Da 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 da. Who sang that? Was that Crosby, Stills, and Nash? I think so. Okay, Van, remind me of who you are. Because you showed up, and I'm trying to remember who you were. There's Seal and Croft. Yeah, that's right. Why do I think Crosby, Stills, and Nash? Maybe that's country music. I'm lost. I'm drawing a blank on this. Thank you, other side. You're right. La da 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 da. Man, I haven't kissed a woman. Well, other than a peck on the cheek to my flea market lady friends, but I haven't kissed a woman and lip lock a woman in so long. I need a love that's strong. I'm so tired of going alone. But will my foolish heart play the part of the fool again? Nobody's hating on you, Summer. Come on. That red lipstick on you's cute. I don't hate on you. Stop it. Yes, when I took care of the estate in Colorado, well, they both passed away. He got pancreatic cancer and left the world in 2016. Ann left in 2019, and I left. The family asked me to stay on at the house. She left in May to a assisted care place. And while she was in there, then she got diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. And before she left this world, one of the sons came down from Boise, Idaho, and relieved me of my duties. And I said, well, as soon as you get here to take over the estate, I'm going to Georgia to buy a house. And so I moved out here, K-Van, and bought me a home, and it's been very, 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 very interesting. Summer, they do what they do because there's been a lot of trolling. Please understand, There's been a lot of haters. Don't fault username. A lot of people have seen a lot of hatred in here. You're fine. And don't you leave. I wear these shirts, Summer, because I'm different. They're comfortable. And I'm just going through a phase. I'm not a cross-dresser, gay man, trans. I just do what I do. I was joking. Some of it was tongue-in-cheek. I see all these ladies on TikTok with shirts like this, prancing around, getting 35,000 likes. I'm like, well, if they can do it, why can't I do that? And I look better than them. They're what, 25, 30? I'm 59. I feel good. You know, I just do what I do. You remember that? That was Wine, W-H-I-N-E, Women in Song. That video was a great experiment. I confessed all my ugly failed mistakes. I have 4 women come after me. One in Barbados named Natasha. One in Livingston, Texas. I've lost touch with all of these. The other one was Maharani in Melbourne, Australia. And who was the other one? There was somebody else. And they proved to me something. That the dating system in America is flawed because we are taught when we date a woman, you gotta wear the right clothes, have the right car, you can't fart, can't burp, can't make a mistake. Then this is why most marriages end up in the trash can. Because it's all about playing a game. And what I love about my channel is if any woman's interested in me, she gets to see me being comfortable here. I'm not going to be nervous. I'm in my home. I'm on here. I know there's people that have their opinions. But if a woman can cut through all that, let me give some qualifiers. She's a Christian. She's a conservative. And she's attractive and slender. And doesn't have all these mental problems. And is into me. Then and only then have I found a keeper. That's it. Dating sites, I quit in 2015. I went to Huntsville, Alabama to date a Puerto Rican woman. She was fine looking. She was slender. Man, we had so much fun. We walked up on Green Mountain, which was a state park there in Huntsville. It was a mountain behind her home. And she was not a Christian. She was a Democrat. And she smoked weed, and her mother was crazy, and her mother lived with her. And I spent a week out there, and I was infatuated with her. And she lost her job because she wasn't making sales at the phone place. And she got in upside down on a mortgage for a colonial home. She had a beautiful house. It had a breakfast nook and a breakfast parlor and hardwood floors, and it was... I said, why did you buy a house so big? I mean, it was huge. Michael's learned from watching everybody. I'm looking for the golden goose. Does it exist? And we got somewhere in this culture where women now, you get on a dating site and you read most of these ads, these women are putting themselves out there like they're a stock market commodity. I want a man who's this. And just for you to get a dinner date where you both show up in separate vehicles, you got to meet more requirements than to get into Harvard or an Ivy League school. I'm not doing it. I have people all the time, Mike, you should get on this. You should get on that. No, I'm not getting on Plenty of Sharks. No, I'm not getting on Disharmony. No, I'm not getting on Zumba or whatever they're all called. I'm done believing in all that craziness. Well, thank you, Summer. I appreciate that. I just try to have fun. I can't stop. San Diego, one of the nicer places. I can't afford to live out there, but hey, it's pretty. I remember swimming in the Pacific Ocean in San Diego, La Jolla. I'm not going to stop that story. She's a beautiful Puerto Rican woman. But after I got back from that date back to Colorado, I said, no more dating sites. And I didn't meet her on a dating site. You know how I met her? YouTube, my old channel. Her mother used to watch. Her mother agreed with what I said. But her mother, she wanted to monopolize her daughter and didn't want her dating anybody because she just too much involved in everything. And in the short week that I was there, mother was bipolar. That was what the daughter told me. And she said, Mike, I cannot have a relationship with a man. She interferes and tries to wreck it. I said, why? You bought the home. You let her live with you. She's your mother, but you're an adult. And Michael, in Puerto Rican culture, I said, I got you. So in Puerto Rican culture, husband is second place to the family. Yes. I said, well, that ain't going to fly by me. When you marry men and women, your spouse, God is number one, your spouse is your number one human. Everybody else goes second fiddle. And if you can't do that, you shouldn't be married. Hi, Kitty. How are you? Yeah, we all want more than a humdrum. I've been through Oklahoma many, many times. I love the red dirt in Oklahoma. I like Oklahoma. I do. I stayed a night in Shawnee, Oklahoma, down I-40, out way past Okie City. I like Shawnee. I like the trees, and I like the red dirt. And I remember stopping in the Denny's next to the Super 8 motel I stayed at. The waitresses were all friendly. I said, I like friendly waitresses. Mike, they're nice because they want tips. Yeah, but they were nicer than ones I saw in Denver. Stayed at the Arlington Hotel in Hot Springs, Arkansas. That was a treat. A historic hotel. Al Capone had stayed there many times. The biggest racketeer ever. I love Shawnee. It's a pretty place. I like when you get out of Shawnee and you're looking at the hills and the interesting trees and vegetation. It's beautiful out there. Enola, I've heard of that. Thank you for that. Thank you, Kitty. I hope you'll sub, like, and come back. And thank you for coming in, and Happy New Year. I like that. Kitty. That's cute. Yes, Summer, I'm single. Are you? Good day, Jamie. Man, I didn't even see you sneak in. Hello, Nancy, and Happy New Year. Thank you, Kitty. I appreciate that. I appreciate you taking the time to grace the channel. And that goes for all of you. Thank you. Well, let's be friends. Do you have a Discord? Mine is 77 Titanic 77. And no, that one, it sank, but I didn't sink yet. Really, Jim? Yeah, see, that ain't right. And Swedish women are beautiful. I lived in Duluth. We had a lot of them up there. Duluth was literally a bedroom community for Norway, Finland, and Sweden. I always said that because there were so many of them up there. Scandinavia. Summer G88. I need to write that down. I need something to change up the monotony. Summer G88. All right, I got you. I'll try to look you up. Cleaning up pine needles or removing decorations via my wife's request, demands. Gold diggers. Man. Seems like a lot of people are gold diggers today. Thank you, Summer. I am not a player. I have no girlfriend. I have talked to several throughout the course of my channel. A lot of them just flirt and play. Some are just friends. Tanya comes in here. She's got an outstanding mind. She's one of the moderators. I love talking about stuff that's deeper because we can do that. Nikki's fun to talk to. But no, I don't have a girlfriend. Happy wife, happy life. I agree. Bible says it's not good for man to be alone, and I'm here to tell you I prove it every day. I can do a lot of things. I wash windows, I wash dishes, I redo my house. But I did all this. All that you see with the eyes, I did. I did this. I built this. I did all this. But it's too big of a house to be all by myself. That's awesome, Max. I hope it goes well. Happy spouse, happy house. Well, I always said you can build a house, you cannot build a home. There's a difference. Home is where love exists. The house is a structure. Thank you, Nancy. Notice there's no riddle for Happy Man. Yes, it's clear for all to see. If you want your sanity, should we start the Dead Poet Society and make it rhyme in time? Did you ever get the feeling there's a wasket in the basket or a wocket in your pocket? One fish, two fish, red fish, blue fish. Dr. Seuss's birthday was the same as mine. He was an incredibly brilliant man with kids' books. All those fanciful little creatures he drew. Did anybody ever see the movie that was made for TV, The Lorax? What a good movie. It wasn't pushed like it is today, but it was a movie about the greed of corporations, and they took down all the rubber trees, took down all the, whatever the trees were called. And when after everything was polluted, all the trees were cut down. It's a sad story, but it was really drove home how we tear up our environment. The Lorax. Anybody ever see that? It was great. Mother's Day lobster, Father's Day leftovers. Wow, isn't that the truth? Why is it we got a whole month dedicated to breast cancer? We don't have 1 month dedicated to ball cancer. Pardon me for being... We need Ball Cancer Awareness Month, man. No, I did not, psychic. Yes, Jim, I've seen some of the houses. I love the brightly painted colors of Swedish houses. I did a report on Norway in 6th grade. They have a lot of that too. The fjords fascinate me. Anything involving glaciers is cool stuff. The fjords are so deep and dramatic. So beautiful. Hello, Believe. Thank you. Ah, she's going to her boyfriend's house. She just texted me. I miss my roommate. She was so good to have in here. Total sanity of a woman. Saturday, she goes and sees her boyfriend. Last year sucked. Lost a roommate. A good roommate. The best roommate I've ever had. I did that whole room up for her. That room was the grossest, most disgusting room in the house. You would never know it looking at it. We are all tools, all men, listening, exterminators of spiders, and grabbing things off the high shelf, fighting valiantly in the insect kingdom, standing as a true warrior against the fire ant that dares to come on the front doormat. We're better than knights, better than gladiators, better than Roman centurions. We are the men, the few, the proud. But if you ever see Erox standing in full regalia, and he was to have brass and knightly armor on, he'd be intimidating just with a look. And all he'd have to do is smile broadly and say, "Go ahead, make my day." I would have Erock as a bodyguard if I was of any importance whatsoever. And I would have Mobbas there as well. Opening jars. The rubber grippers are good sometimes. But you know what amazes me is this. Let's see if I can find it. Why is it that, black cherry and cranberry. That's good stuff. You know how hard these are sometimes to get off? Plastic cap. Why? That's stupid. That is absolutely stupid. I tried that once with Amber. I don't remember much after that. I was laid backwards on my back. The breath went out of my lungs. And I don't remember how many hours I lay there. But I kept hearing a voice. Do it again and I'll do worse. Mom. NyQuil. Shoot. NyQuil tablets. Wow. The chain is just my bling, man. And it's real steel. And it doubles up as a handy little protection device. Come on, buddy. Come a little closer. One swipe to the head. That'll be enough to be a deterrent. Don't have to make a mess of things. Yeah. And the kids can get these stupid caps open on medications better than adults. So much for childproofing. One of these days, you watch. One of these little kids are going to hack into the dang CIA or the Pentagon or Cheyenne Mountain. Then we're going to have a real problem. I could just see the movie now. Thank you, Jim. I don't even like lifting the toilet seat. Thank you, Psychic. I don't know. The word's gotten out that we may be in the last days. The word's gotten out that Christ could return. Wouldn't that be awesome? I am never going to complain if I hear the trumpet sound. And I'm not talking Louis Armstrong. Well, when Israel was in Egypt land, let my people go. Oppressed so hard they could not stand, let my people go. Tell old Pharaoh to let my people go. Wow, 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 wow. Now that was music. I love playing that full blast in here. Women handle certain pains better than we do. It's interesting how emotional creatures they are. They can be very sensitive about some things. But when it comes to childbearing, when it comes to sickness, we're the ones that whine like babies. Of course, I've never tried having a child. Hey, if somebody want to answer this, I'm still asking. Nobody gave me an intelligent answer. Why would people vote in a man in Minnesota to be governor that believes in installing tampon dispensers in a man's bathroom? Waltzing Matilda. Why? How is it that we've got Democrats laughing and mocking at conservatives, but they voted in a Muslim mayor in New York? They voted in a tampon man in Minnesota who, basic science 101, has proven over and over again that men don't have periods unless you kick them in the balls so hard you rip the skin open. I don't get it. I don't get it. You know, I do well when I'm home alone. There's something funny when we actually have a woman. We get a little soft. When I'm alone, I go in my room and I pull the covers all the way over my head and I go, I'm tired in here. And I deal with it. When a woman's here, oh, I feel horrible. Can you give me a cool rag for my head? Can you come and sit by me? Yeah, where do they put the tampons? Women handle childbearing very well, all things considered. But we're different in a way too, because I can be out in the yard. I'll be trimming stuff and working, and I'll walk up against some thorns and literally rip my skin open and keep going on, not realizing blood's all running down my arm, and then I'll be busy. What the heck? Wow! Didn't even notice it. What do I think about Venezuela? I don't know enough to know, but it sounds to me, as usual, that these leaders in Venezuela have allowed a lot of stuff to go on that's impacting the U.S. negatively. And I said it about Mexico. I said, when you got all these illegals leaving a country, it'd be cheaper for the U.S. to go remove the corrupt leaders out of their government and say, we're going to put in a temporary government until you get your collective stuff together and knock this off. Mexico has the potential, under right leadership, to be a country that people do not want to leave. Because Americans want to go down there. People with money want to go down there. First thing you need to do is destroy the drug cartels. All of them. A good leader has his finger on the pulse of his culture and his country, and he seeks to improve it. I'm tired worldwide of leaders getting in office to line their wallets, to fatten up their egos, and they're not doing anything. And that goes for all these clowns in Washington. That is the biggest circus act I've ever seen. It makes Barnum and Bailey and Ringling Brothers look like a toddler show. Now, I believe that, backwoods. The other side, no way. This is Augusta. They're not going to be here. Let me go check. Gotcha. Somebody's knocking at the door. Now, if I heard somebody knocking and I went out there, excuse me, I'm lost. I looking direction. Can you help me? It is your house? Yeah. Wow, can I see? Are you safe? Yeah, I safe. I like you. I like you. Maybe we cook together. You have wok? No, I need to get wok. Okay, we use frying pan. What do you want? Catfish? Yeah, I want to be catfish. Oh, good. I like the catfish people. Can we catfish together? Oh, we do the meow meow catfish, baby. Catfishing tonight. Really, mob. But isn't Columbus like bad like Cincinnati? Or is it a better city? No. One thing I know about, and I know that there's Asian women in the US that are my age that are still good looking. And if I came into contact with that community and you found single older Asian women, I know that they would be content with me. And I them. Problem is, I'm in Augusta and wow. Kind of limited as to my exposure culturally. Yeah, and the older you get, I want to stay within the big cities. But the longer I live here, like I think of owning, I'd like to have an acre. I don't want 40 acres. That's too much taxable property. But a lot of the people that I run into that live out in Hephzibah and on the acreage, including one that I work with, they're a little off. It's really weird because I grew up in LA. I lived in a ski resort. I lived in Hong Kong. I lived in Spokane. I lived in Duluth. Lived in Virginia, Minnesota, and Hibbing, Minnesota, and tiny little town, Colville, Washington. And I've lived in a variety of places: Denver, Lakewood, Inglewood, Aurora. Now Augusta. And every place, big city has pros and cons. Akron, Ohio sucked, period. Sucked. Denver was not my thing. I learned to survive there, but I didn't like Denver. True Colorado born and raised women and I did not get along. I don't know what it is, but I think it's inbred in Colorado to be extremely feminist. I met women in Montana that were very pretty, very nice. Wyoming, I knew a woman, she was married. She was the fueler at Denver Public Schools for years. She had some Native American, and very nice, Leslie. She was a very cool lady from Wyoming. Kansas, that ought to be a nuclear test site. Nebraska, I haven't met too many women from Nebraska, but I kind of like Nebraska. Stay away from Lincoln and Omaha, too crowded. Scottsbluff is a nice town, I heard. Well, I don't have yellow fever like I used to. But I do have a soft spot for Asians. Not the gold digging ones and the you go to the flea market, you got Asian women that sell out there. They're very, very unfriendly. They're looking at life through dollar signs only. And I don't even look at that. Don't even give them the time of day. 1 million people in Columbus. But the country bumpkins too. There's a fear element there. I mean, you get out there and buy your acre and then you got some weirdo neighbors on either side of you. Weird. You know, I'm not comfortable with that. There's a woman that I'm friends with. She called me New Year's Day to talk of a storm. Wanda, very nice lady. She lived in Windsor, South Carolina. That's out in the sticks. She was not in a trailer park. She had a single-wide trailer on 5 acres of property. She'd go to town to work a job, come back and find her trailer ransacked. The local white boys would go and rob people's houses and tear things up. And I'm like, you know what? If I was going to live in a place like that, I've an AK-47 and an M35 too, and a no trespassing, and I'd wait for them little boys to show up. And I'd be on the other side of that door. And I'm not a violent man, but if I had to deal with that, then I'm going to get some hardware. And the minute they open the door, they'll never come up there again. Ever. Sometimes you're safer in the middle of the hood than you are out there. Scary and sad and sobering reality. Here you have a hood checks and balances. You got people running drugs. They don't want to get in my grill because I might call the police. Then it draws attention to them. They ain't going to bother me because they don't want to take a fall for coming into my place. There's a weird thing that goes on, and I've noticed that. What is a carbine? You know, I don't see so much racism. I find that Asians who discover that I like them, and I lived in Hong Kong, they become very warm to me. Because then they know, oh, he's not against us. No, I'm not against Asians. Asians aren't the ones rioting and tearing up cities. Asians come, they work hard, they cook good food, they have cool culture. I like Asians. You know, it'd be fun if I was rich to live in Chinatown in San Francisco or something, or Pike's Place Market in Seattle. It'd be fun to live amongst that. I like Asian architecture and buildings. It's cool stuff. Rifle, yes. Okay, I got you. Carbine length, AR-15. Okay, I got you, username. Hi, Justice Jane. Da, 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 da. Justice Jane is here to stamp out evil. She flies in with her cape. Hello, Justice. Hello, Michael. How are you? I'm good, Justice, but we have a problem in the far sector. What is that? Well, it seems that they've elected a communist Muslim mayor in New York City. Don't worry. I have a job ahead of me, but I will end that very quickly. Till next time. Why is it that people vote that kind of crap in? Why? Are they on suicide? Do they want to kill our culture, our country? Yes, to all of the above. Why? What do they have to gain by this? Why? That's the question of the day. Yeah, Ricky, and hello, Ricky. Why is it when I see your name, literally just to see the word yawn makes me yawn? Ricky, you got to change your last name. It's killing me. And I'm not giving you crap. It's funny, but it's true. Wow, it works. Oh. Nobody can explain what caused the yawn. They said it's a lack of oxygen. They said it's you're tired. Is it? I mean, it's always associated with being sleepy. Interesting. I better clean myself up and make some dinner. Hot on the list tonight, mac and cheese, tuna, and steamed vegetables. Oh yeah, ooh la la. I thank everybody for showing up tonight. It's fun just to have lighthearted and good chat. No, it's okay, Ricky. Oh, God. Sheesh. This is terrible. You're right, username, you are right. Hey, Steve, how are you? You're right about that, user, you're right. I got a Native American woman at the flea market. She sees me and she hugs me and kisses me on the cheek, and I kiss her on the cheek. She's got those exotic Native American features. You can tell when you're looking at her. Cherokee baby. She's got them high cheekbones. She's older. Very cool lady. I don't understand. I didn't grow up to hate diversity. Never did. And I have my grandma to thank for that. You guys saw me put a short up. Two Nepalese women I don't know. I was going through the shorts. I was like, look at these two girls. Music, and they were doing this. I'm like, that is funny. They're in another culture, they're dancing our music and having fun. I said, I got to collab with that. And I wrote them, I hope you don't mind that I collabed your stuff, and you ladies are fun. You guys are awesome. And sometimes you get Americans, they make fun of other cultures. I don't. I look at them going, look at those two ladies jamming our music and having fun in their colorful clothing and culture. That is so cool. We've got to learn to build bridges, man. Now, I know, I say some pretty harsh things about Muslims. Islam is not good. But if you have a Muslim that wants to be your friend, truly, don't shoo them away. If you know that they genuinely like you for you, don't be like that. We've got to try. We may make the difference between another terrorist and somebody converting over to Christianity. Really, Lisa? Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that. I was struggling after I cut my hair. But from you, I'll take that as a compliment. What was it that somebody said? They had a meme floating around about a guy who went to work one day, and he said if a-holes were airplanes, this place would be an airport. Boy, is that the truth. I do think that there are some places that people are no good. E-Rock has told me stories about upstate New York. We're talking small little towns. He said the drug is epidemic up there. They're not nice. Very rude. I would never picture that. I think upstate New York was so quaint and pretty. Like Lake Placid and beautiful places. And it's kind of a shock with the system when you get out there and you realize, especially as a Christian, there is no paradise. There isn't. It doesn't exist. We're waiting to go to heaven. Some places are better than others, but even if I had enough money and I could move to Tahiti, guess what? You spend a little time there, you're going to find out some things that irritate the stuff out of you. You're going to find some of those locals that never warm up to you. Yeah. Everybody loves Hawaii. Hawaii's an image thing. The locals don't like you. They want your money. They don't want you. They don't want you. They just want you to come spend their money, get your picture taken, and buy and go. There's a paradise, but it's not here. I do think there's some places that are better than others. I'd like to see Mongolia. to see a really wild place. I'd like to go to Upper Mongolia. I'd like to meet the people in Mongolia. And to that, I believe that some of those Mongolian people are what crossed over the Bering Strait and gave birth to what we call the natives. They have found some stuff up in Mongolia. They've unearthed some things that are extremely similar to Native American cultural dig sites. Fascinating. Many people believe the natives had descended from Asia. And I said that years ago. I said, look at their features. They all have dark black hair. Did they come from Mexico? No, they came from up north, down through Canada, the Inuit, all that. Jamie, have a good one. Hello, Paul Emery. And thank you, Jamie. It's good to see you. Glad you enjoyed. All right, folks, I got to eat. And I'm not going to eat on the live. I'm going to just eat. I think it'd be fun to be a pig. That's a random. Here, piggy, piggy. Come out with the pail of slops. Eat out of a trough. Don't have to wash no dishes. Now I want a tan skin Asian. Yes, Mob, you see that? Is it 8.99 now? Really? Let's get this to 9. Let's get it to 10. I'm happy about that. And I didn't charge anybody a dime. Well, thank you, Lisa. You're awesome. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the compliment. Oh, really? They're open today? Hey, E-Rock, have you ever heard of the presidential cut? Has anybody ever had brisket? Anne had made that one year. I had never had it. Beef brisket. That is really good. Good stuff. Yeah, you too. You know what? And we didn't have to do any butt kicking in here. If you notice something, we're getting up in the views. We're getting up in the subs and the channels starting to even out now. I think we've kicked out. Let's talk about Mob. You remember what you said, Mob? Do you remember what you said when you were riding to North Carolina to Duke to get operated on? I believe it was, okay, let me remember. When was that? Was it May? Or June? I don't remember. Yeah, it was after Tina moved out. And you were riding, your wife was driving, and you were moderating in chat before we had all these other mods. And you said you felt like a gunner on the tail end of an airplane, and the airplane was constantly shifting, and you got around the curves, and you were trying to just, throwing people left and right out there. You remember how bad it was? A door gunner and a Huey. Yes. Oh my gosh, was that funny? I actually watched a video that was really sobering. I'd never seen it before. It's on YouTube. They showed actual footage of a Vietnam helicopter dropping stuff, or an airplane, and a camera out the back of the plane. And as the plane's flying over the jungle tree tops, you see smoke, and then what looked like fireworks, and a whole house just when they were carpet bombing stuff. I was like, wow. Sobering. Thank you, Gabby. You were so quiet in there. She's being a little church mouse sitting back in there just watching. That's so cute. You guys have a good one. I think it'd be awesome if this channel turned into something and we could have a convention. We could all meet at a place. That'd be awesome. Oh, gosh, Mob, it was ridiculous. You remember when I started doing videos and you could tell the kids got out of school? Oh my gosh, they all came in here making dumb comments, and it was like, bye, see ya. Saved by the bell, baby. You too, Lisa, and thank you. Yeah, I remember my childhood. Those slingshots. Yes. All right, folks. Next time, thank you. God bless. Be safe.